It's a well-documented fact that 2023 was a great year for games. The PC was no exception. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on GameRanks, the top 30 best PC games of 2023. Starting off with number 30, it's Resident Evil 4. How else would we start this off? It's a remake, so it's a new game, and it does a lot to spin the original Resident Evil 4, but it's built on top of an incredibly stable foundation that changed games forever back when the original came out. The Resi 4 remake is just a perfect example of how you can kind of remix without losing what made the game incredible in the first place, even building on it and maybe making it a little better, at least in some ways. And number 29 is Lethal Company, a co-op horror game where you and several friends' jobs is to collect some scrap from some abandoned moons that used to be factorial in nature. I don't know how to put it. They had resource operations going on these moons, and they don't have them going anymore, and it's because there's nasty stuff living on these moons. This game isn't like the most realistic looking game of all time, but what it's got is atmosphere. There's a lot of different ways to experience it, but it's always thick enough to cut with a knife. And number 28 is Octopath Traveler 2. If you're anything like me, you really like old JRPGs, and Octopath Traveler is, the premier version of that in 2023, right? 2024 too, I guess, now. Square didn't screw us over on this one, though. Ported it to the PC, and it looks incredible. I was a huge fan of the original Octopath Traveler, and I think Octopath Traveler 2 even goes further in achieving the goals of the project. I hope eventually all old JRPGs are remade in this style. It's amazing. At number 27, it's the finals. I have wasted so much time playing the finals. When I am done recording this list, I will continue to waste time playing the finals because I haven't played the finals yet today. This game is kind of a weird competition game show first-person shooter where the idea is to cash out various vaults, and doing so enough times to either win the match or having time run out with the most points. Sounds pretty simple, but it's incredible. If you want to talk about a first-person multiplayer shooter done right, it's this one. There's nothing else like the finals. They've taken so many other ideas and turned them into a cohesive, streamlined thing and put it in destructible environments that ensure that every single match is different. It's incredible. Play the finals. And number 26 is the System Shock remake, which does way more than the Resident Evil 4 remake does to make System Shock into a modern, playable game. Because if you go back to the original System Shock, while it does have its charm, its systems are archaic as hell. It came out before first-person control schemes were standardized on either keyboard and mouse or gamepad, and it's not really a first-person shooter, but it also is. This game basically inspired an entire subgenre, the immersive sim, and the remake makes it something that you can actually go back to and play without being incredibly frustrated because nothing works like how anything else works in any other game. I love System Shock, and I love the remake because I don't like going back to System Shock. I just have all these fond memories of it. But the remake makes it so that it feels like a game again. And number 25 is Blasphemous 2, a Metroidvania that really expands upon all of the ideas of the first. There are some people who think it maybe deserved a more original story because it's kind of more of the same from the first one, but I maintain that if you like the first one, you'll probably really like the second one, unless you really hate the idea that the story is going to be more of the same. I don't really play Metroidvanias for the story. Sometimes I do, I'm not going to say I never do, but as long as the story is serviceable and the gameplay is great, I think a Metroidvania has basically accomplished what it set out to do. In that way, I think Blasphemous 2 is better than Blasphemous 1, and I would highly recommend giving it a shot. And number 24 is Remnant 2, the Souls-like with Guns 2. Is it bigger? Is it better? Is it badder than the first? Absolutely. Remnant 2 is a fantastic sequel, if not maybe a little demanding on the machine. I have a pretty damn good PC, and this game really makes use of it, let's say. It probably could be better optimized, and that would probably be a good thing, but that's really the only complaint, because on every other possible metric, this game is fantastic. Souls-like with guns. What else are you gonna say? They did it right, the bosses are good, some of them are incredible, and aside from the frame rate, it's one of those games that always feels incredibly fluid. Remnant 2 is a must if you like Souls-likes and shooting, period. At number 23, it's Trepang 2. Hey, did you want more fear? Because it's here in the form of Trepang 2, or I guess Trepang squared, or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. If you like the crazy, lunatic shooting of fear with all the bullet time and the gore, Trepang 2 or Square is the closest thing to it that you can possibly get right now. It is phenomenal. At number 22 is Amnesia the Bunker. Set in World War I in, you guessed it, a bunker. Amnesia adds some elements, for instance, a gun, but don't think that this is a first-person shooter. Ammo is not easy to come by at all. It's very much a successor to Amnesia. You are not going to feel like you're playing a game called Amnesia, but actually a first-person shooter or anything like that. It does also feature what they called a semi-open world and some immersive sim elements, which I think really suits what they're trying to do with this game. I'm not 100% sure I would call it as scary as previous games, if that's why you're playing it, but I don't play these games because they're scary. I play them because they have interesting stories and the setting is very strange, and this one lives up to that in spades. At number 21 is Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. I have made it very clear that Avatar is not a thing I even kind of like, and I like Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. So, in my opinion, it accomplishes so much as a Ubisoft open world game. Now, this isn't to say it's somehow shockingly different from their other games, but for whatever reason, it came together really well. I think it's in no small part due to Pandora being a very good location for this type of a game. Am I going to call it the best Ubisoft open world game? Probably not. But considering I just want nothing to do with Avatar ever, and I enjoyed this game, I think it's saying a lot. And number 20 is the Crew Motorfest. It's been a while since we got a Crew game. 2018 was the last one. And Motorfest really takes the franchise in a great new direction, where the Crew 2 gave us a very scaled down map of the contiguous United States. The Crew Motorfest gives us a much more dense recreation of Oahu. In terms of structure, it's clearly inspired by Forza Horizon, and also keeping in mind that several developers from Ubisoft Ivory Tower, the Crew developers, also worked on the Test Drive Unlimited games, and Test Drive Unlimited 2 took place on Oahu. Now, this is obviously a much more advanced, pretty version of that, but it's a great revisit to the place, and I'm sure the developers put a lot of thought into the fact that there would be some expectations attached to that. I think they nailed it. The Crew Motorfest is a great game. And number 19 is Cocoon, from the developer of Limbo and Inside. This is a puzzle adventure where you can leap between worlds with this very strange mechanic where you carry worlds on your back with an orb. I know that probably sounds like total nonsense. It's not. It's actually pretty intuitive. And the point is jumping between all these worlds, rearranging them, and progressing via the various changes you're able to make. It's a great game. It's also something that I would never have expected from the developer of Limbo and Inside, but it also retains some of those stylistic ideas, and I think really comes together well. At number 18 is Sea of Stars, a spiritual successor to Chrono Trigger, and wow, a game that really nails it in terms of that. Every single aspect of Sea of Stars really calls to mind Chrono Trigger, and really all of those Super Nintendo JRPGs like Final Fantasy VI, etc. Obviously most tied to Chrono Trigger. I'm not going to say the story is as good as Chrono Trigger, nor are the characters, but they certainly weave together an interesting tale that maybe doesn't go out of its way to make itself as relatable as Chrono Trigger can be, but that's okay. I mean, you're comparing a game to Chrono Trigger, which many people consider to be the best game of all time, certainly the best JRPG. It's still a very worthy spiritual successor and a very enjoyable game with an incredibly well mapped out battle system that doesn't just copy, it also adds and creates something worthwhile. And number 17 is the Dead Space remake, which takes a different path than Resident Evil 4 and System Shock by keeping it basically the same, but adding little things for coherence and also makes the ship one continuous experience. Beyond that, it's basically identical. Visually, big upgrade. Even some of the gameplay systems get a big upgrade in terms of how they work, but ultimately it feels like playing Dead Space 1 with some Dead Space 2 gameplay stuff thrown in, alongside some little additions in the story and the fact that Isaac talks in it that sort of unifies it with Dead Space 2, in my opinion, in a very good way. It's great. Play it. At number 16 is Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat is a series that seems to revel in confusing you in terms of its story and time and setting, and it doesn't matter at all. It likes to do that, but it probably likes to do that because it knows the reason you keep coming back is because it's a stellar fighter with a bunch of insane crap in it. I'm not even going to try to outline what's going on in the story. I'm not even sure if I get it. And I don't care. I play every one of these games because they keep refining it and making it better and better, and I love Mortal Kombat. At number 15 is Street Fighter 6, which absolutely learned from the mistakes of Street Fighter 5 and launched ready to go. Street Fighter 5, if you remember, launched with a great fighting engine, great graphics, but almost no content and a lot of modes missing. Street Fighter 6 remedies all of that. This is the full package that everybody should get when they buy a game. And on top of that, in terms of the online, wow, does it work good. Almost no online games at all work this well on launch day. Certainly not incredibly timing-based games like Street Fighter, but they really nailed it. On top of that, they give you a character creator that's insane. And if you like Street Fighter or fighting games at all, Street Fighter 6 is a must. And number 14 is Dead Island 2, a game that, I'll be honest with you, I had no idea would ever come out. It's one of those games that changed hands so many times, you just kind of like, can it even be good? And it turns out to be not just good, but great. Dead Island 2 is incredible. Dam Buster made not only a worthy sequel, but expanded on the ideas of the original in such a way that, although there are other zombie games out there that do similar things, feels like a cohesive, real sequel to a game that a lot of people like. I remember talking about this game in like 2015, 2016, and I would have never guessed that in 2023, a solid, perhaps better sequel would come out that, again, it didn't light the world on fire or anything, but I thought really solid game. And number 13 is Dave the Diver, a game that combines a lot of genres into one weird thing, to be frank. So you do two things, primarily. Firstly, you're a diver. Duh! But you also manage a sushi restaurant, and you probably understand the motivation for diving now. But now that just sounds like a collection loop, and that ain't it either, because there's boss fights, weapons crafting, there's some Souls-like elements. I mean, it's just a freaking crazy game. How it manages to be this lunatic mishmash of tons of ideas to the point where it's almost hard to describe. And being fairly complicated, it's also just nice to play. It's also got a really good sense of humor. It's one of those things where there is so much more going on than what your initial look is going to tell you about it. And number 12 is Pizza Tower. Hey, would you like Wario combined with Sonic? There you go. That's Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower is crazy. This game feels like everything that the 90s wanted to be without the self-consciousness of the 1990s. It's just willing to go everywhere and anywhere. It's manic, it's crazy, it's very well designed, and yes, it is every bit as fun as the footage implies. And number 11 is Diablo 4. Yes, Diablo 4. Yes, this game got a ton of hate when it came out for obvious reasons, but that doesn't mean the game itself isn't fantastic. It actually is. I'm not going to pretend for even a second that it is acceptable to have microtransactions up the wazoo and a battle pass in a $70 game, but hey, that doesn't stop the game from being good. I think a lot of people ended up saying that they hate aspects of the game that are actually pretty good just because of the anger that other aspects of the game generated. I mean, this is classic Diablo at its best. It's very well designed, got a huge open world, great co-op. There's really no reason to say the fundamentals of Diablo 4 are bad. I'm not going to say that there aren't legitimate reasons to not want to play the game. Yes, always online is going to irritate some people, and I don't think that these things are just hand-waveable, but that doesn't mean that the fundamentals aren't really good. I mean, Diablo 4, if you can get past all the crap, is a really good game. I know somebody's going to say, well, you can't let them get away with it. You have to stand against it, otherwise they're never going to change. And I'm going to say this, they're never going to change. Blizzard has gotten all the negative press that any other developer would ever need to change. So I think it's kind of like, do you enjoy the stuff that works? And do you ignore the stuff that doesn't? Or do you just hate the game? That's kind of Sophie's choice here, if you know what I mean. And number 10 is Sons of the Forest. I don't know what better to say than it's the forest, but much bigger and much better. It is a beautiful game. It is an atmospheric game. It is a game with many possibilities for building and a crazy, weird story that may not shock you if you've been through the original forest. I mean, this game is still in early access. It's not necessarily a complete game yet, and it is beloved by pretty much everybody that plays it. And number 9 is the Outlast Trials. This is basically a prequel that takes place during the Cold War, where Murkov is doing some experiments. If you know anything about that, it's a very different setting from the first two, but the game itself actually, builds on a lot of the great ideas from Outlast. Essentially, you have quests or tasks or whatever you want to call them. You got to complete them while not getting killed. You don't really have any offensive weaponry of any kind. You do have some passive defense like mines, but it's a pretty unique series and it's a pretty good entry into it. At number 8 is Dredge, a fishing game that somehow manages to be unsettling. I mean, look at the art style. It's cartoony, it's a little bit whimsical, except the color palette is a little bit dingy. It's a game that kind of feels like several different types of games, but brings them together pretty well. It also manages to instill this sense of dread that this type of game you wouldn't think would be able to. I really enjoy Dredge. It's a very different experience from what it looks like, and a very good one. And number 7 is Starfield. Yes, there are a lot of people who, do everything they can to discredit Starfield, and I know that there are more than enough people that will remember me saying a million times, wow, Bethesda needs to move to Unreal already. I'm so tired of the problems of the creation engine. But that doesn't mean Starfield is somehow absent of merit. It's actually a very good game with a lot of interesting stuff if you're willing to go into the Bethesdaverse for it. I saw an article on Forbes talking about Starfield wanting to attempt a Cyberpunk 2077 reputation repair, and I don't really understand why it has to. I think it's gotten extreme hate in areas where maybe it should get mild hate. That isn't to say that Bethesda doesn't need to change and do better, but it's a Bethesda game. Do I have problems with it due to the nature of it being a Bethesda game? Absolutely. And I think that a Bethesda game needs to be something more going forward from Starfield. But I don't really consider Starfield an unmitigated disaster. It's a lot of interesting content built in a pretty stagnant engine. As much as people hate it, there's actually a lot of great things to see in this game. And I will stand by that statement at very least. And number 6 is Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, a game that does everything that it needs to do and does it incredibly well. You got customization, you got a crazy futuristic story, you got the nonsense, but not quite the Kojima level of the nonsense. Armored Core 6 is really just a great game. I love this game. It's also doesn't wear out its welcome. It's a 20-hour game. It's worth every cent because it packs those 20 hours with everything. At number 5 is RoboCop Rogue City, a game that I don't think that anybody expected would be among the best of the year, even with a cool demo. I know a lot of people, myself included, played that demo and were like, this is really fun. But if it doesn't have some kind of progression in it, it's not going to be enjoyable. And it does have progression in it. It kind of defied expectation in certain ways, being a fresh experience the whole way through. I love RoboCop Rogue City. It is invincible tank man action. I mean, you're not actually invincible. You can die, but it's definitely a power simulator. And man, is it ever fun. It's also the follow-up to RoboCop that probably should have happened and never did. And number 4 is Lies of P, the Pinocchio Souls-like. Yep, when you hear those words in 2022, you're kind of like, what? What the hell are we talking about here? But it is fantastic, and lying actually figures into the narrative. It's so weird that you could make a Pinocchio Souls-like that uses the source material in a way that complements the Souls-like elements, and is just an all-around fantastic game. That's what this is, though. And number 3 is Alan Wake 2. This is, in my opinion, the best game of the year. Yes, I'm going to mention 2 that are perhaps bigger and have merit for others to say maybe are the best games of the year. For me, it's number 3, though, Alan Wake 2. This is absolutely the height of what Remedy has decided a game should be. Control, fantastic. Introduces so many of the things that they take to extremes here, but they also take all of the stuff that they did on Alan Wake so well. Like, it's a game that crystallizes the experience and style of Remedy into an incredible experience that bursts out of every boundary you attempt to put it in. It's scary, but it's a really good story that's complex and interesting and takes characterization to a new level. A lot of people say Saga Anderson is a Mary Sue. Well, she's the most interesting Mary Sue I have ever played in a game, if so. And also, in my opinion, has interesting implications in terms of Alan Wake's writing. If she is indeed a Mary Sue, it's a game where a statement like that actually makes sense to talk about. I don't know, I love Alan Wake 2. What a game. And number 2 is Hogwarts Legacy, open world game in a franchise, again, I don't care for, but does it very well. It's a very competent, very enjoyable open world Hogwarts. I don't love the wizarding world. I don't really enjoy Harry Potter, but I did really enjoy exploring Hogwarts in this game. And really, a lot of the world here is very cool to see. Just like Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, I actually think it is a game that, whether or not you are a fan of the IP, is a worthy game to play. Because it's not going to set the world on fire or anything with its content, but it just is a really competent open world game. And if you like open world games, the ones that really do it well, even if they don't necessarily do anything new, are still a little few and far between. Like, there's a lot of open world games that just throw a bunch of shit at the wall to see what sticks, and Hogwarts Legacy is not one of those. It's a well-curated, well-paced, interesting story that makes good use of the open world. And finally, at number 1, it's Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know how you talk about Baldur's Gate 3 in an abbreviated manner. It is perhaps the most detailed, varied, and granular AAA game ever made. And it is a AAA game. There is some debate as to whether or not it is. It is. It's huge. It's insane. There's so much scale. It cost over $100 million to make. It's really a worthy follow-up to the original BioWare RPGs, but Larian also makes it their own by making it turn-based, and I think it really works. I actually think it might be my favorite of the 3 Baldur's Gate games. I also have a couple of bonus games for you. Firstly, with Assassin's Creed Mirage. Depending on your expectations for this one, I think is really what is key in going in. I had expectations that this was going to be a triumphant return to the old school Assassin's Creed formula, and in a lot of ways it is, but in a lot of ways it isn't. It does retain a lot from Valhalla in terms of baked-in aspects of it, but it also feels a lot more like the original Assassin's Creed games, giving you a lot of, frankly, welcome changes that do remind you that it is an Assassin's Creed game. an old school Assassin's Creed game. Very good if you're not rigidly expecting one thing from it. And finally, and to wrap things up, it's Barotrauma, which is a 2D underwater survival horror submarine simulator with RPG elements. Yeah, they threw a lot at the wall there, but it actually comes together pretty well. In some ways, it reminds me of Fallout Shelter, and in others, it reminds me of Frostpunk, except you actually play as like a character. It's got a little bit more of a sense of humor than Frostpunk, but it is a very interesting game that I'd highly recommend checking out. That's all for today. Leave us a comment, let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at FalconHero, and we'll see you next time right here on GameRanks.
Problem of a blocked path can be solved by depositing a pearl in a clam's jaws as Nemo, Marlin gets to chase Dory through coloured rings, and players are treated to tried and true mini-games of sliding puzzles and memory tiles with the forgetful fish. In hindsight, she probably wasn't the best choice for that. Critics generally applauded the effort of the developers to create a game for children that wasn't overly simplistic or boring for anyone outside the intended audience, except for the PC version, which was a simple point-and-click that was drastically different to its console counterparts. Unfortunately, the title suffered from a lack of variety in gameplay, and frustrated players with frame rate issues and long load times. Seriously, a wait that was commonly over 3 minutes long on the GameCube tested even the most patient player, actively disengaging the small children who were the game's only real fans. As such, those poor kiddos were left treading water when all they really wanted to do was just keep swimming. Number 75, A Bug's Life, 1998, PlayStation, Nintendo 64, Game Boy Color, and PC. Based on the film of the same name that was the subject of a feud between Disney and DreamWorks, the tie-in to A Bug's Life is an action platformer that follows Flick, a misfit ant, through the plot of the movie. Key elements of the plot, along with the player's objectives, are communicated through annotated stills from the film, with the PlayStation version also featuring movie clips. Levels have the player collecting grain and pelting enemies with berries as they take Flick through locations and events that moviegoers will be familiar with. Puzzle-solving skills are required in some places in order to progress, as players must plant different coloured seeds that grow into various sturdy shoots and bouncy mushrooms to aid with platforming. Some of the environments are unimpressive and ugly. The cardboard city in particular is more of a ghost town than a major metropolis, and lacks the glowing lights and bustling environment of its movie counterpart. Others, though, are faithfully recreated. The giant raindrops and urgent music give the final couple of levels and boss fight an appropriate sense of weight and urgency, and Hopper is even defeated in a way that aligns with the movie, without robbing the player of their own sense of victory. While the game was praised at the time for its now slightly dated appearance and its accurate adaptation of the movie, the sluggish controls, coupled with frame rate issues, graphical glitches, and an uncooperative camera, overshadowed the game's positives in reviews. The Game Boy Color edition even lacked the puzzle-solving elements present on other versions, and so most critics consider that an even lesser offering. Number 74, The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian, 2008. PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, Wii, DS, and PC. As the lesser-known sequel to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, The Chronicles of Narnia Prince Caspian is set either 1 year or 1300 years after the first film, depending on what world you're from. The game portrays the events leading up to and including the eponymous prince's call for aid from royalty of the past, better known to audiences as the children who enjoyed the prior wardrobe-based shenanigans. Different characters and fantastical creatures from the movie are all playable, and on-screen party members can be swapped between at any time to make use of each of their capabilities. Smash around and ride giants as a minotaur, squeeze through tiny spaces as a mouse, cut down enemies with debonair flair as Prince Caspian himself, and play as the children sometimes, I suppose. It's not completely avoidable, unfortunately. Critics celebrated the spectacle of the large-scale battles that ran smoothly with little to no drop in frame rate or responsiveness, and also the fact that many of the cast reprised their roles. However, the game saw more criticism than praise by and large. Simplistic gameplay, a slow-paced narrative, and inaccurate aim in combat and when solving puzzles raised the most ire. The DS version sat apart from the others due to its RPG-esque encounters and turn-based combat, rather than following the action-adventure format of the consoles, and whether you prefer this is really going to come down to a matter of personal taste. Prince Caspian was the last game developed by Traveller's Tales that wasn't a LEGO title, and the connection is evident in the gameplay here. Who knows, maybe this title would have performed better if it had been a LEGO game instead. Number 73, Enchanted, 2007, DS. Whilst being transported into a Disney movie may be a fantasy of many children, the opposite happens in Enchanted. Stereotypical princess-to-be Giselle is thrust into the real world and learns a few things along the way. Marrying a man you've just met seems less appealing once you discover the concept of dating. The tie-in game follows the plot of the film and takes place in both Giselle's homeland of Andalasia and in New York. The 3 playable characters have significantly different gameplay with set levels for each. Giselle is paired with exploration and collection quests, Edward with action-focused sequences and turn-based boss fights, and platforming levels are Pip's domain. But everyone gets mini-games. Oh, yay. While the title was praised for its age-appropriate theme, controls, and difficulty, some of the mini-games were criticised as awkward and tedious, particularly Pip's boss battles. Yeah, you heard right, the chipmunk had boss fights. Additionally, the lack of choice about which levels to play or replay was criticised because of how vastly different they were. If a player loved the sedate exploration but didn't enjoy combat, for example, they needed a friend or family member to get them to the next section. You could say this encouraged cooperation, but really it just caused frustration that could have easily been solved by a level select unlocked after completion of the game. So instead of inspiring camaraderie, the title actually left players feeling disenchanted. Number 72, Cinderella Magical Dreams, 2005, Game Boy Advance. Inspired by Charles Perrault's fairy tale, this wondrous story of a downtrodden maid-turned-princess is one of Disney's classics, and boosted the company's popularity after World War II. Cinderella shows the titular woman's rise in spite of the evil machinations of her stepfamily, and Cinderella Magical Dreams was produced to coincide with the movie's release on DVD. With clips interspersed between levels, players take Cinderella and friends through familiar parts of the film, whether that's simple platforming as Cinderella to feed farmyard animals without stepping on chickens or newborn lambs, or scaling a wall of haberdashery supplies as Jack and Gus. The levels are thematic and fit well with the story. Boss fights with Lucifer see the mice pelting buttons at the feline menace, and a sequence of minigames has the player transforming the mundane into the magical as the fairy godmother, but not to the tune of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. The title's adherence to the plot of the movie was recognised by critics, the graphics met expectations, and the gameplay was deemed appropriate for a young age group. It was, however, criticised for its short length, bad collision detection, and potential to bore its intended audience. Cinderella's chores were repetitive, chores, and the game lacked peril throughout. Even her race home after the ball was more of an evening stroll despite the constantly scrolling screen, and the spooky forest failed to add a sense of impending doom. By the way, if any of you at home are drinking every time we mention a spooky forest, I suggest you stop now. This is a Disney list. What did you expect? Number 71, High School Musical 3 Senior Year Dance, 2008, PS2, Xbox 360, Wii, DS, and PC. While the first 2 High School Musical films were Disney Channel creations, the third had an increased budget and theatrical release due to the series' popularity. It was praised by audiences and critics alike and achieved the highest grossing opening weekend for a musical film up to that point. As with most games in this genre, High School Musical 3 Senior Year Dance places the focus on the songs rather than the story, but keeps each performance within its movie environment. Players have the chance to dance through the tunes from all 3 films and can choose which character to control. There's even the option to create their own Wildcat, meaning a student of East High, you can't play as an actual cat. Gameplay consists of stamping on a dance mat if you're the owner of a PS2 or Xbox 360, or swinging your arms around if you prefer to play your games on the Wii. The PC version lets players' fingers do all the work by tapping the arrow keys in a way that only Thing from the Addams Family would consider dancing, and the DS, confusingly, saw players circling the stylus around a face rather than engaging in rhythm-based movement. Senior Year Dance was praised for the accurate representation of the movie's performances and the control schemes that both made sense and worked. However, the game included many ballads unsuited to dancing, which eclipsed the positives as it left players feeling bored. If only the game had let players be a cat, the slow dances would have been far more interesting. Number 70, Tron Evolution, 2010. PS3, PSP, Xbox 360, Wii, DS, and PC. In a step away from the previous titles on this list, Tron Evolution is tied to the 2010 sequel rather than the original Tron film. Acting as a prequel, this game sets the stage for Tron Legacy and introduces players to the characters of Clue and Cora. Players take control of the security program Anon, a thankfully silent protagonist. We dread to think what expletive-ridden tirades they'd go on if not, with a name like that. His purpose? To investigate infighting within the computerized world and take out viruses along the way through fast-paced acrobatic combat. Levels feature plenty of parkour, vehicular racing with a luminous trail, and a good old-time blasting recognizers from a tank. The online multiplayer mode offers PvP classics like Capture the Flag and solo or team deathmatches, with the ability to connect to up to 9 other players. The PSP, DS, and Wii versions, the latter of which had the subtitle Battle Grids, are collections of minigames similar in theme to the console version, but with an emphasis on multiplayer and co-op. Tron Evolution was praised for its movie-accurate visuals, sound design, and atmosphere, and for the fact that the multiplayer was actually fun, albeit dependent on the quality of the other players. As for its downsides, the game saw criticism for its simple and boring combat, the short length of the single-player story, and that the majority of multiplayer maps were only available through purchased DLC. At least it wasn't all of them, I suppose, but still, that's not great. Number 69. Nice. Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest, 2006. PSP, Game Boy Advance, and DS. The movie of Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest had no tie-in for home consoles, but it did have this game for handhelds. In Dead Man's Chest, players control, you guessed it, Jack Sparrow through slashing and smashing action that follows the plot of the movie. The usual trio is rounded out with Will and Elizabeth on the DS, which gives players the opportunity, as said heroine, to skip the stealth from the film and instead cut a suitably piratical swathe through Port Royal in her wedding dress. She doesn't even get it dirty. Man, maybe she can give me some tips on how to save on my laundry bills. While the PSP and DS versions are third-person brawlers with the occasional puzzle or minigame, the GBA sails in a slightly different direction as an action platformer that also features nautical exploration and ship-to-ship combat as part of the main story. The PSP offers naval warfare too, but in a PvP mode, whilst the DS skips the ships entirely. Dead Man's Chest was praised for its runtime on the PSP and DS, and all versions were considered moderately fun. The combat, however, negatively impacted the game's reception, as it only required button mashing on the DS, was too easy on the Game Boy Advance, and the button prompt system on the PSP left Jack unavoidably open to attack when faced with several different enemies at a time. As the title was primarily a beat-em-up, these faults were glaring. And if a pirate can't fight, how good of a pirate are they, really? Number 68, Bolt, 2008. PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, Wii, DS, and PC. The titular Bolt is a crime-fighting, superpowered canine with a sonic bark. The movie centers around his discovery that he does not in fact have superpowers, and that they were instead all special effects for a TV show. The tie-in game takes the idea of said TV show and runs with it, with the game's story taking place inside the televised universe as Rhino, the hamster and superfan that Bolt meets in the movie, binge-watches it all on DVD. The game is essentially the show. Players take Bolt, complete with superpowers, and his owner Penny, complete with her wheelie bar thing, through daring escapades to save her father from the mustache-twirlingly evil Dr. Calico. While Bolt zips between enemies in stages focused on melee combat, Penny takes out the odd enemy but mostly wields her wheel bar to complete platforming sections. Hacking minigames break up the main levels and provide something completely different in the form of a bit of multi-directional shooting, which represents the computer fighting against the intrusion. The use of the TV show to create a game of espionage and adventure rather than just following the plot of the film was praised by critics, as was the game's appearance and appropriate difficulty for its target audience. However, both reviewers and players found Penny's stealth mechanics unnecessary and Bolt's combat repetitive and tedious. Even minor goons had too much health, and so every fight was a slugfest that dragged on well past its welcome. Number 67. Disney Planes, 2013. Wii, Wii U, DS, 3DS, and PC. We've already covered one game featuring the colourful aircraft, but now we've got one based on the original Planes movie rather than its sequel. With 4 different modes of play, Disney Planes offers more than just a flight through the plot of the film. Story mode does just that, of course, with players piloting the protagonist, Dusty Crophopper, and various other aircraft through the movie's race around the globe. Balloon mode, unsurprisingly, features poppable balloons, and the racing mode sees players flying their aircraft of choice through generic but planes-appropriate courses. Despite there being multiple opponents, the game only supports local co-op for 2 players, and the handheld version has no multiplayer at all. Free Flight lets the player enjoy just riding the wind and exploring the game's locations, whilst grabbing the occasional collectible, but it's replaced on the handheld by a challenge mode. This is made up of shooting targets, performing stunts, and everything else you can do with an aeroplane that doesn't fit into race mode. No, joining the Mile High Club isn't in there. This is a kid's game, not one from a dark corner of Steam. Ugh. Overall, Disney Planes was received better by players than critics, but neither adored it. Responsive controls meant the planes handled well, and the different modes were appreciated, but the title was considered too easy and was slammed for its mediocre to non-existent multiplayer, despite featuring races and challenges that would have been a perfect fit for fun with friends. Number 66. Tarzan Freeride, 2001. PS2 and GameCube. Everyone's second favourite ape-raised vine swinger, Tarzan, is the star of this tie-in to the 1999 animated movie that bears his name. Tarzan Freeride, or Tarzan Untamed if you want to get North American about this, is set after the events of the film and acts as a sequel to it. British explorers, as we so often do, threaten the jungle once again, and Tarzan must protect its inhabitants by taking part in extreme sports. Yeah, okay, sure. He lets some baby gorillas out of cages too, but as an action platformer, the focus is on Tarzan's athletic abilities. Run and climb, swing and slide, surf, water ski, and bungee jump through the game, before wrestling with the occasional boss in button mashing scenes that look a bit suspect. While the challenge mode has additional goals like completing the levels within a certain time or gaining a specified number of points for performing tricks, it doesn't change the fact that everything has just been recycled from the story mode. Tarzan Freeride, though, was praised for its graphics and for the fact that the controls and camera behaved themselves. It was also deemed suitable for children, so long as they remained calm when faced with Tarzan's frequent deaths. The game had few checkpoints, and the action sequences lacked them altogether, and so minor mistakes at the end of a lengthy but otherwise well-navigated course left players stuck repeating it with building frustration. It was also criticised for being short, something that isn't usually said about Tarzan. Me, on the other hand, ho-ho! Number 65. Disney's Treasure Planet, 2002. PlayStation, PS2, and Game Boy Advance. Robert Louis Stevenson's swashbuckling adventure Treasure Island was given a spacefaring twist in Treasure Planet. However, despite high expectations and a fair audience and critical reception, the movie was a complete failure and bombed at the box office, costing Disney an estimated $70 million. With a focus on platforming and puzzle solving rather than combat, but still containing plenty of the latter, Disney's Treasure Planet: The Game follows the plot of the film, with fresh-faced Jim Hawkins on his hunt for treasure. While most of the game takes place on foot, it's occasionally broken up by races and chases on Jim's Solar Surfer, not to be confused with Tron's Solar Sailor. This is rocket-powered windsurfing without the water. Jim's shape-shifting pet, Morph, no, not that one, floats beside the player as a happy pink blob until he's needed, whether that's by grabbing collectibles on the PS2, acting as a hang glider on the PlayStation, or working as a controllable camera to scope out the environment on the Game Boy Advance. He's always there to help. Every version of the game had its forte. The boss fights on the PlayStation were more interesting than mindless brawls, the PS2's challenges on the Solar Surfer were actually fun, and the puzzles on the Game Boy Advance required thought to complete. All three versions of Disney's Treasure Planet had their faults as well, though, from inconsistent and unforgiving platforming to puzzles that frustrated and voice actors who sounded bored. While it wouldn't bag a place among Flint's treasure, this game wouldn't be a terrible consolation prize, but we'd still prefer the gold, thank you very much. Number 64, Finding Nemo: The Continuing Adventures, 2004, Game Boy Advance. We're back down under now for our dinner. I mean, our fishy friends again. Yep, it's just our fishy friends. While the movie's finale saw Nemo reunited with his father, it also threw some plastic and some questions into the ocean in the form of his bagged-up tank mates. Picking up where the movie left off, Finding Nemo: The Continuing Adventures confirms what happened to said escapees in the form of minigames themed around each character. Players pilot each of the tank gang on their perilous journey from the window of the dentist to the sea, avoiding cars and grabbing collectibles as they roll around like they're riding in aquatic hamster balls. Other characters appear once they've reached the Big Blue to help them get to Nemo's reef. Bruce can smash boulders to clear a path, and Nemo swims through rings to pop them, with an enraptured Bubbles looking on, naturally. Another version of the game by the same developer, Ultron, arrived 2 years later for the DS with more minigames and a new subtitle. But with the same story and taking the same format, there wasn't much to actually differentiate them. While the presentation of the game and the variety of minigames were praised, Finding Nemo: The Continuing Adventures suffered from an inconsistent level of difficulty that frustrated younger players, bored older ones, and left its audience dissatisfied. It also still doesn't answer who got them out of the bags. Our money's on Bruce, though not for his not untying abilities. Number 63, Disney's Stitch Experiment 626, 2002, PS2. A chaotic alien turned household pet won over critics and audiences alike in 2002's Lilo and Stitch. Released just 2 days before the film arrived in cinemas, Disney's Stitch Experiment 626 explores what the alien was up to prior to his time on Earth. Stitch, the titular Experiment 626, must collect DNA samples for his creator's genetic experiments from several alien worlds. This involves a mix of platforming and shooting, where the player's apparent goal is to grab collectibles and achieve objectives whilst avoiding falls into lakes of acid or bottomless pits. I say apparent because the real goal seems to be causing as much mayhem and wanton destruction as possible. Stitch wields an energy gun more than suited to the task of destroying all in his path, including the occasional enemy when they unwisely appear, and while he has a grappling gun and jetpack in his arsenal, they're better used for transportation than annihilation. The absolute chaos that Stitch embodied, complete with cackles of glee as he blew things up, translated into the game well, which was partly thanks to the voice performance of Chris Sanders, who also provided Stitch's voice in the movie. The title was, however, criticised for its poor graphics, shoddy camera, a disappointing lack of enemies, and clipping errors that interrupted the platforming, left Stitch rammed in corners, and resulted in frequent unnecessary deaths. All we can say is that we hope Experiment 627 was far more successful. Number 62, Up. 2009, PS2, PS3, PSP, Xbox 360, Wii, DS, and PC. While a story about a stubborn old widower might not sound very Disney, add a tear-jerking backstory, a little boy and a talking dog, and several thousand balloons, and we have liftoff, quite literally. After his house has arrived in South America, the elderly homeowner Carl and his accidental stowaway Russell explore their new locale through levels that mostly follow the plot of the film. While they have some overlapping abilities, Carl's hearing aid and Russell's bugle are functionally the same, for example, swapping between the duo is encouraged to navigate the levels. This has the player fending off enemies with Carl's walker, grabbing collectibles and insects as Russell, and solving puzzles with both to negotiate obstacles and open up routes for their passage to Paradise Falls. The title was praised for the return of the movie's voice cast, use of both protagonists, and the ease of the drop-in local co-op present in all versions, whilst criticisms included clunky controls, awkward camera angles, and a distinct lack of character in the DS version. While players enjoyed the title regardless of its faults, one of the biggest gripes was about the AI of the non-player character when the game was played alone. Set to dutifully follow the player, things worked fine most of the time, but caused positioning problems when solving puzzles. Still, thanks to the co-op, if lone players at least had a spare controller, they still had a possible fix, but if you've ever attempted to control two characters at once in a video game, you'll know that it's less fun than it sounds. Number 61, The Incredibles When Danger Calls, 2004, PC. Back when Spider-Man was Tobey Maguire and before Batman began, superhero movies were not as prolific as they are today. A movie based on a superhero family was therefore exciting and original, and so The Incredibles enjoyed a great amount of success. The Incredibles When Danger Calls is a collection of 10 minigames that surprisingly do follow the plot of the film. The game begins with everyday activities like catching crockery with a nightmarish glitchy arm as busy mum Helen, and lifting trains to get Bob back into shape. Each family member has their own minigame based around their powers, except baby Jack, and then they all come together for the final battle against the Omnidroid, which consists of pressing the correct arrow key in a slowly moving sequence. Wow. What fun. Still, I suppose you can at least say that the title was suitably easy for a young demographic, with simple controls that were explained well at the beginning of each level, and a short runtime that made finishing the game achievable for the children.
Big Ed and Liz. Is the gift that just keeps on giving over and over and over again. How many times have they broken up and gotten back together now, Dan? Do you remember?
13 times.
13 times. Well, it's just the 13th time. What we're talking about today, let me tell you what we're talking about first, for go too far into it, is that Big Ed and Liz, the internet sleuths out there, suspect that they're not together. And there's proof.
Dun, dun, dun.
Get in, loser. We're going.
Sleuthing.
Is this the 13th or the 14th time?
This might be is this 14?
You know,
He was only bragging about the 13 before that or something.
That's true.
Or
11.
11?
I don't remember how many it was now. It's in the double digits. Any relationship that's in the double digits is doomed to fail. And I think that I've said for a long time, since we even started covering Big Ed and Liz, whenever Liz first came in to the scene, I was like, she's an actress. This isn't real. She's not actually with him. There's no way.
Right.
And then they had their breakups, and then she went on and did interviews and leaked the phone call of him just calling her stupid and dumb because she took
cussing her out.
Yeah, she drove a coworker home or something, and he just couldn't handle it. And then they got the story of them getting back together because they were broke up, and then his dog died, and he was so heartbroken.
His dog died. Yeah, that was the key.
That got him back together, and that was really the point. It's before that, I was like, well, maybe it is real. I mean, she did dodge those kisses like he came out with a knife. She just almost jumped out of her skin trying to escape him. Of course they're in love.
Right.
But then
of course.
after all the fights, them getting back because his dog passed away, I was just like, nah.
Yeah. Well, half of it had to be him getting shot at in Mexico. You know what I mean? The cartel was after him.
They get him?
Head down.
So it's just been a never-ending story of the worst relationship in reality TV that I've ever spent the time to keep up with. I don't know why I have, but I have. And
Right.
so the tea is that they're not together, and that Liz posted on her, her TikTok or her Instagram? She was holding, here, I'll just show it to you. This is her ringing in the new year, holding hands. And that ain't a Big Ed hand.
Wow.
That
is not a Big Ed hand.
That's not a Big Ed hand. No, sirree, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
This is the hand of her best friend that they had in that one season, maybe, the military
drove
guy.
home.
Yeah. The one she drove home. Yeah, so there's she's ringing in the new year with somebody else, got the little love heart on there and everything, and then you go back to Big Ed, you go to his his Instagram, and they've removed the option to skip through the video, so I'm not gonna take the time to sit here and watch through all of his reels, because they're 20 minutes long, and they're of him talking. He's live and he's talking to people, and he's trying to promote. I think he's streaming on another platform and things like that. Dan can tell us more about what he's doing here, but it's she never shows up in any of these, in the new house when he moved to Arkansas, right?
It's bad, dude. People, he's calling young couples up, and he's just hanging out with them, But you could tell they're like, oh my god, Big Ed's actually just called me. This is crazy, So they're over there turning the camera on their friends, I don't know how to feel about this. And they're always asking, hey, well, where's Liz? And Big Ed's just, oh, well, she's dead in the room asleep, Dude, it's 7 p.m.
She's asleep right now, man. She's
7:30, dude.
She's obviously not there, right? There's anything of hers around. I hate that we can't scroll up through and let's go find it. We'd have to use our phones to record it or something, and I'm just too lazy to do all that. But just go check out Big Ed's Instagram yourself and go sleuth around, if you want to. You were telling me that someone messaged you that were one of the people that he called or something. What were they trying to tell you? That was there anything they wanted to say about it?
Well, I don't. That's what I don't know. I think it was just hey, we're on Big Ed's calling list on this one app, and we want to give you guys the
give us the tea. Yeah,
we want to give you guys the tea.
We got sleuths out there figuring it out. So anyway, the news of Liz not being with him and holding hands with someone else on a account, it's got the name is E_92_Marie. Very incognito. Of course, everybody knows it's theirs. But yeah, Big Ed's not taking it laying down, all right? There's just this article here I was like looking for, and it's like how Big Ed is rubbing his happiness in Liz's face.
You know what? If they got a relationship at all, and if it was real, this is probably what would happen. Is Big Ed would do that.
Yeah, so they go through, and they also link like the Instagram things, but it's like the whole thing. Again, like I can't scrub through it to find it, but like he is excelling at his new real estate career, which makes sense. They talk about in one of the episodes how like I think his brother-in-law or his brother, somebody is in like they build houses because they like go. That's where they go. They go to like one of his houses for like their party where Liz is like, you left me to talk to people.
Oh yeah. And
so it would make sense that he's making his reality TV money, and then he moves to Arkansas where real estate is much cheaper than it is back in California where he came from, and is just investing and going into business with this family member that has the tools to develop properties. Because that's something I do. I do this with my dad, right? Like,
right.
I mean, my dad is like a builder, and we got a partnership going on.
It's quite smart.
Yeah, okay. It makes sense, and so that's why he's moved back to Arkansas. And Liz, who remember, like, I don't know if it was real or not, but they offered her like part of the company, ownership of her where she worked, and she had all these things going for her, and all of a sudden Big Ed's like, we're moving to Arkansas, and right. And she's like, all right, well, cool, see ya. I'm not going, I'm just around for the show, whatever. Like, and then there's like the whole thing with her and like custody of her kid, and like we talked about how that was going to work out. Like, is she just going to not see her kitty? It didn't make sense. It didn't make actual sense in reality, her moving away, unless she had custody or something like that. And I think they got like another season coming anyway, don't they? I
think there is.
They're not done. They're not done.
There is.
They'll 100% they're going to come out with another one. But also, though, this is like a month ago, Big Ed was seen with another lady.
Oh.
And now this, I don't know. Like, they got the actual original post has been deleted, and so the original picture with who this is, like their face, is on this same page, but I'm not going to show it because I don't want them to like copyright the picture and like get the video taken down or anything like that if they've deleted the original post. But they're like at a bar, and he's like, the people are like, well, hang on a minute, you're being pretty friendly with this person. And to me, this doesn't really say anything because this is kind of like regular Big Ed stuff of him. Like, could it be a sugar baby? Don't know.
Sugar baby. Oh man.
But he always likes taking pictures with beautiful women and like posing as like there's more going on.
Right.
And even like where they're sitting, like who is the person taking the picture? Like you can see in the background that's like one of those big like kind of cornered like round where there's multiple people sitting in there. So there's people sitting over to his right, people over here. There's more people than just her. Maybe she's like, can I get a picture with you for my whatever? And then people started
and her fiance is literally taking the picture maybe.
People started trying to connect these dots online, and then she was like, no, I'm not comfortable with this. Take it down, which I imagine what really happened. Another thing that I just realized, though, is Big Ed's catch up to me in followers. Like, he's got almost 600,000. I've dropped down to 694K. He's going to pass me. Like, Mary's been uploading a bunch of, like, the shorts and, like, TikTok stuff onto Instagram. I think it's actually causing us to lose followers because that's, like, the only thing that's going up. The last time I organically, like, really used Instagram consistently was, like, 4 years ago, I think. And I used to have the blue check and everything. And I didn't even know you could get messages on here. I got messages from like influencers and stuff back. Someone offered me like a bunch of free hair stuff. I missed it, dang.
You're going to start getting on it.
Start using my Instagram again. And just kidding. I'm never going to use Instagram again because I can't scrub forward. I can't go forward unless I'm on my phone.
On the video.
I can't. It won't let me. This is an iconic Big Ed moment here.
Oh, it's Christmas. Let's party.
Just him scooting around,
Why's he always got the smoke alarm going off?
Beep. You heard it.
Change the battery, Big Ed.
And then the comments are like, where's your girlfriend? She leave you? Everybody's just getting him the hit. I don't know what this video is about, but like one of the most liked comments from a week ago is, he deleted all the bad comments. And you look at the bottom and comments in this post have been limited. So like they're getting to him. Like people are asking, and people are trying to, they're doing what the community is going to do.
Right.
They're going to poke holes in things and try to figure out things and work together. And he's like, nah, not in my comment section. No, sir. I'm going to hit you with that Colleen Ballinger. And I'm only going to approve the ones I want to see. What else was you saying about what's going on in these reels? Was it he's calling all these people?
Yeah, well, for me, it's weird because, well, we already saw the age gap that he likes he likes the younger women. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you know, some of the people that I think he calls up, man, they like borderline brand new adults. You know what I mean? Like, dang, all right, man.
Right, yeah.
You know, I'm not saying nothing about it on that front. I'm just saying maybe these people are older than what they look, but some of them look like they could be young.
Right. And
not illegally young either. I'm just saying, just, you know, fresh in their early 20s, man. You know, those people could be.
I thought he was going to go into the concept of like when you got like an entertainer, a content creator, or anybody that starts like opening that door and you start seeing like underage people in their stuff, it always raises red flags. Hey, I'm not saying Big Ed's do anything like that, but you don't. Right, you don't. If you did, don't, Big Ed, if you're watching, be careful with that, okay? Because it's it'll get you real fast, as it should. But yeah, that's kind of just Big Ed and Liz. I wish they'd just come out and admit it, so that way I could acknowledge
that it was never real.
So I could just be right. I could just, like my years of watching this, I can finally be like, yes, I knew it the whole time, baby. Anyway, I guess they got like some more stuff coming up on Night 8. I'm sure, like, there's no way that they don't. They're milking Big Ed just as much as I do. Yeah, I look forward to us making videos about that in the future. And if you got any more juicy information, let us know in the comments. I won't delete them. You know, I want to see them. Let me know what you know. All right. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Stay toasty, my friends. I love you. See you next time. Bye-bye. The alpha male. Oh, the most cringe concept ever came up, has ever come up. For men who have extreme confidence issues, they have to prove themselves. They have to be alpha. They have to be leader. They have to be the best. And usually they're full of crap. Usually they're just dudes that have like the corner store sunglasses that are making Facebook videos in their truck.
I like those glasses, by the way. They're a good
alpha.
selection.
You're
there.
alpha, Dane. You're alpha. I talk about this a lot. Even like the whole alpha theory, like the alpha wolves, like the scientist that like made that whole book or whatever, like even went back and was like, no, actually I was wrong. They're not. They're actually a family dynamic, and you know. But everybody's no, alpha. I'm an alpha. Because I'm hanging on to it. And so today we're checking out a channel called Gunner TV, and I look down here in the comment section. It seems like good old Charlie has been watching them on the stream. So, and just the way that I love to do it, I love to just copy whatever Charlie's already done. You know, I just can't help myself, really. But this was recommended to me by you guys, so thank you. And heck yeah.
Guys, welcome back to another Gunner TV video.
I mean, I'm gonna go a lot. Gunner TV is very alpha. That is alpha.
I wonder if it's a reference to the glasses back in the day for MLG, man. Them Gunners.
The Gunners. When you get sweaty, you gotta put your AT-40s on, your Gunners on, you got your sweatbands snapped in, you're ready to play. Now these days, whenever you want to be a pro gamer, you just get like a bunch of RGB lights all over the place and get your like racing chair that feels like garbage. If you want to spend a whole bunch of money on a very comfortable chair that'll make you better at gaming, just get you a Herman Miller. There you go.
Facts.
Actual quality.
If you were to take an alpha male and put him in a room, no one would deny that he still remains an alpha male. But take that same alpha male and put him in a room with 9 other alpha males. Well, now, who is the true alpha?
Oh my God.
Are you allowed to put 10 alpha males in a room together?
I was gonna say, it sounds like an explosion. I don't know if that can even happen.
I would say it'll be a testosterone explosion, but they probably have low T, you know, and they're trying to overcompensate. And it's kind of the whole concept. It's like flexing alpha male. It's like you need to prove to other people that you're better than them. You have to like put yourself above them in some way. Like some people do it by like, I got a Rolex watch, or I rented a Lamborghini that I made a music video out of. I'm flexing. And then some guys are like, I'm an alpha, I'm a leader, yeah, bruh, I'm the man. It's just super cringe. I think the real alpha males in the world, they're just generally like good guys that know what they're about. You know, they do what they do, and they don't need the approval of other people like alpha males do.
Facts.
It's with great interest that we all keep an eye on AlphaCon 2022, a real
AlphaCon.
event taking place this February in Salt Lake City.
February, we've missed it. Dang, we missed AlphaCon. No.
Why did we get this late?
Oh, no. The Beehive.
What is the beehive?
Oh my God.
Look at my
Gee,
wow.
Bitcoin and, and weights. It's so alpha. Nothing says alpha like cryptocurrency. Oh my God, is this the lineup here? The AlphaCon 2022. You have,
Wow.
Let's see, the Bull.
The bull. He's in the middle
The-
looking hard.
The Bull. Look at these strong names. Jimmy Rex.
Aaron Wagner. Hey, Aaron. Thank you.
Dude, they all look like the same dude, sort of. Like, these three guys is just like, you know, he's aged. And then these guys are the same with different haircuts.
Right.
You know, this is the same guy. He grew a goatee.
It's like they use the same template. You know what I mean? They use the same template for sure.
Well, that makes sense. You know, they're the alpha mold. You know, they fit the alpha mold.
CrossFit
AlphaCon-
leg day. Cold shower. Breakfast provided by Home Depot. It's nails.
Dude,
I gotta go to this, kid.
dude,
Oh.
if you're gonna be alpha, one of the first things you got to do is you have to get up before everyone else, because you're not alpha if you don't. If you don't get up at 4 a.m. to exercise while everyone else is asleep, then you're not alpha. That's just part of it.
And to prove it, you have to like call your friends at that time in the morning to wake them up. Oh man, you know, I'm just being alpha right now. My bad.
I mean, nothing says alpha by needing to go to bed by 9 p.m., you know?
And then staring you down, we have 10 white dudes who just look like the same dude at different stages of beard
Yes!
growth.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hey!
They're the same dude.
And you know what? Let's just get all the jokes out of the way now. I mean, these guys look like the goddamn Avengers. If the Avengers was comprised of only Hawkeye.
Hawkeye's the worst. I'm going to trigger fans when I say that. Hawkeye's the worst. Anyway.
And wouldn't you believe it, their logo isn't even the Greek symbol for alpha. They accidentally used the lambda symbol because it looks like an egg.
That looks real cool because like the alpha symbol is not very manly. Let's see. Yeah, it's like the almost infinity. That's not manly. That ain't manly. That's like the little fish tattoo that people get on their ankles or whatever for their first tattoo. That ain't cool. That ain't cool.
Mission that we are, dare I say, getting conned. A timer for a discount that refreshes whenever you reload the page. An alert box in the corner telling you people are buying tickets right now. Or how about the fact that they were selling $500 virtual tickets and only recently changed it to $97 in-person tickets? I would be absolutely enraged.
Oh no, they're doing all the scammer stuff. Oh my God. We got to drive sales. We got to make them feel like they're going to miss out. So make the timer like count down while they're looking. But then when they come back later, you know, I don't know how to make it. They have to save cookies or something. I don't believe in cookies because I'm alpha. You know, I'm on a diet. So just make it reset whenever they come back. You know, it's fine. Who like
We need somebody here.
are they actually wanting? What is their target? The target demographic, I guess it's like the same thing as like Andrew Tate or whatever. Like you try to be like the big alpha dude, and then but your target is people that are like so insecure that they listen to douchebags on the internet for advice.
Oof. Can they too become alpha by listening and following?
That's the
other
thing.
alpha?
No, you can't. You can't. You can never become the alpha. You will always be a loser that listens to these people. You will never be the alpha. So you're just like. You just keep paying for classes. You keep paying $50 a month to go into a Discord to have like someone tell you
That you'll never be alpha. Well, I'm getting my refund. Hitting that button right now.
Oh man, sorry about that.
That said, let's take a look at the inaugural AlphaCon 2022 lineup so you have a better idea of which speakers to time your trend peak for.
Oh, the man running it, Jeremiah Bull Evans. Oh yeah. Nothing says alpha more like naming yourself the bull, because I'm sure no one else called him that. Maybe they called him.
Weirdos, boils and ghouls, how are we all doing? Now, I Now, I have not done a Nukes top 5 or any top 5 reaction videos in such a long time because, quite frankly, the quality of them is awful. But I don't get into trouble for doing top 5 videos, for the most part. And I've been in a lot of trouble the last couple of weeks. You know, twins, that couple. It's not just about the top 5s. It's not just about the top 5. It's not just about the top 5s, though. Before we get into the Nukes top 5, Yasko. How are we doing, Yasko? Now, last night, I did a premiere. And after the premiere, I watched the Mr. Gree video. After the Mr. Gree video, I watched... after that, I watched an investigation. And then I kind of nodded off. Like, I kind of went on that YouTube rabbit hole, you know, where just videos keep playing and every now and again I looked up. And then I looked up, and Yasko is on my TV. And I'm like, oh, I can't be watching him doing one of his investigations. And that's not what it was. The video was Yasko basically just talking to a camera for like 20 minutes. Basically what he was doing was saying that, in fact, I'll reenact it for you. Beardos Weirdos, Boils and Ghouls. How are we all doing? Good morning, good evening, and Beardos, Weirdos, Boils and Ghouls, Ghouls and Boils. No, that didn't work either. What that was me pretending to fluff my lines. A lot of people get in front of a camera and you'll see these little tiny cuts, and those little tiny cuts are normally people editing out mistakes, intros, pieces to camera, etc. A lot of us work without scripts, and without those scripts, sometimes you get lost. Sometimes you trip over your own words. You'll all see me do it because I kind of leave the funny ones in. You also see quite hard editing cuts, and that's us just taking out something we've cocked up. We didn't do a second take, and then you just got to go with what you got. So Yasko puts out this 20-minute video last night of being all like, I've definitely got a presence or something attached to me. Everyone is worried about me. I need to take a break. Well, I've taken a break for a couple of days and now I'm straight back out at it. And, you know, people are wondering if there's something wrong with me. He goes down the rabbit hole of mental health, possible possession, and all the rest of it. And I was like, I'm going to record that tomorrow and do a video on it because he is clearly just fluffing his lines. Forgot to edit the fluffs out of his video because the video is now 4 minutes shorter than it was. And when people have said, hey, you've left some edits in there that you shouldn't have. Nothing fake, just you talking to camera. Instead of just taking them out and putting up a little community post saying, hey, sorry guys, I was tired and, you know, mistakes happen. He did a 20-something minute video of him talking to camera about possibly having something attached to him, how this is all taking its toll on him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, if I'm honest. It was absolutely ludicrous. And the reason I'm bringing it up is, even old Yasko here realises how ludicrous it was because he's deleted the video already. It was literally just him fluffing his lines and he tried to turn it into something that it wasn't, and now the video's gone. Now, people keep asking me to debunk Yasko. So for everyone that says, can you debunk Yasko? I'm not sure if anyone else picked up on that, so there you go. I can't really bring myself to sit through one of his videos, but the fact that he made a mistake in editing, left his fluffed lines, 4 of 5 of them, in his video, and people have said, hey, you've left that in there, and then he's claimed it to be either paranormal, depression, or tiredness in a 20-minute video to feel sorry for him. Wow, controlling the narrative. And that is it at his peak there. Tried to turn a mistake to his advantage, realised it was crap, so took it down. Right then, on to a top 5. It's a Nukes top 5, but it's actually a top 10. If there's something... Right, there's supposed to be 10 videos on this top 10 debunk. Right, I've just fluffed my lines about 8 times there. A demon made me do it. Right, so this is a top 10 from Nuke. We're going to look at these videos. If I have seen them before, I'll take them out of the video. If I've seen any of these before, I will take them out of the video. So let's have a look. Maybe we can debunk, or maybe we can get scared or surprised. Okay, so I'm going to try and skip as much of Nuke's narration and the copyrighted music that he uses. Now, also Nuke, it's always the same thing. Can you see? Did you see it? I'll leave it up to you to decide. He's not leaving it up to you to decide. That's his get out of jail free card, because 9 times out of 10, it is quite clearly bollocks. It was Casper. It was clearly Casper the Friendly Ghost. He's real. You will never change my mind. That was shit. Right, I'm going to play that in slow motion because you'll be able to see it for yourself. No. While this could look like a face and two outstretched arms and a torso and then some trails, there is a clear cut line all the way around this. I mean, the one across the top of it is dead straight. And while it moves, you see this cut area move with it. This has clearly just been overlaid. Look at that straight line moving there. It's just literally been tracked. Okay, so there appears to be wind, stuff blowing this way. So that's why that was up. The wind has died down, this has fallen. Somebody's just literally overlaid this stupid looking thing coming from behind there. Okay, the next clip is Takeshi camera. I've seen this guy fake so much stuff. The original one of this guy I saw faking, he put a camera down and clearly he's just playing a video on what he says is a live recording of a camera with something running at him. Whatever runs at him looks exactly like him. And I've seen somebody else do the exact same debunk and call it the exact same things as me. There's a reason I'm laughing. There's going to be somebody stood there. I'm trying not to look at my screen. There's going to be somebody stood to the left as he pans his camera and then he'll pan back. The reason I know there's going to be somebody stood there is when he put the camera down and it rested, you could see a cut in the video. That cut is for obviously whoever is going to be stood there to stand there, and then he'll pull away from it, pretend he hasn't seen it, and then he'll pan back and it'll be gone. And there's a leg. Is it a leg? Is that what we... Oh, what's with that feet? Oh, has he seen it, is he? No. Right, so this is a bit of foreshadowing. I can hear footsteps, which is why I knew it kind of gives you away that something's going to be stood there. I was expecting maybe a full apparition, but no. After I say it's disgusting feet, it's disgusting feet. But watch for the cut. Pan in, just to make sure, nothing there. Nothing there. Drop the camera. Boom. Cut. The sound of footsteps or him moving behind is overlaid. That video is paused for a second there. You can see the camera bounce with it. There it is. It's just as that camera unfocuses, there's a cut. The video completely stops dead, even though the sound carries on.
While looking through the attic, the light on his camera suddenly turns off.
And there's where you hide your other cuts. Something is he's gonna see the legs again, or a face in that window or something, and then it won't be there when the camera when the light comes back on. And something's gonna walk past in 3, 2, 1. Now, if you look at the subtitles, if they are correct to what he's saying, the reason he's talking like that is to try and hide the cuts when the torch is dead, apparently dead. So he'll cut the video, but the sound he'll just overlay it. It's your basic fake ghost editing. Okay, on to the next one. What was this? The Visitors.
A small figure about the height of a toddler can be seen running off into the shadows. but another small figure can be spotted just outside the gate. Whatever it is seems to throw some kind of dust or sand over the fence at the confused and horrified woman. Now, it's unknown.
Ghosts of hobbits. Clearly, the ghosts of hobbits. I think I know what that is. And it's not somebody faking a ghost. It's not a ghost at all. It's not a spirit or a... It's not a Pokemon. I think what that is a pair of skunks. Now, when skunks are aggravated, they lift their tails up. Their tails bush out massively. There's a bad sensor on the camera. So I think the first one that runs across is... She's obviously gone out because she can hear skunks because they will go after rubbish in bins or trash if you're in America. She's opened the door and gone out. The one has just run across with his tail up ready to spray, which is exactly what happens with the second one. That's not sand or dust coming over the fence. I think that is a skunk spraying its stink all over it. It is a defense mechanism the skunks have. It'll spray the most disgusting smell at whatever preys on them or whatever makes them scared. And I think even she in that video would have known what it was and has run before that stinking horrible shit gets on her. Now, am I 100% sure that it is a pair of skunks? No. But if we look at it with a little bit of common sense, is it two hobbits throwing poop and sand at her? Or is it two skunks and one of them is sprayed? Because she's gone out and had a look. I'm going to go with the skunks. Okay, there was a Ghost of Carmel main video there. I'm not going to be featuring that because he's fake. Mr. Grey has debunked him successfully. Parple has recently debunked him. Carmel main was apparently cool with Parple about it. He said, I'll send you some original, the original files and all the rest of it. He sent it to Parple and all the original files did was prove the Carmel main is fake. I'm guessing that's a ghost. It's clearly Smeagol hanging around behind them, looking for his precious. That is creepy. I was quite clearly quite late at night because it's dark. Not very often you see people playing on swings in the dark. Now, that could well be that they've just discovered this, decided to film it for fun. Swings are not that fun anymore, you know, especially when you're this age. Now, that looks like car headlights are lighting up this area. This thing is just out of shot. Walks over, crouches, gets back up, walks off, crouches, etc. These pay no attention to it, but the video itself doesn't make sense. Why would you be filming just pushing somebody on a swing in the dark with your headlights on? It's just a weird setup. So I would assume that it's been staged. This person, as these are aware that this person's going to walk in, do some creepy shit, walk off, upload it to TikTok, hashtag real paranormal, hashtag give me all your money.
עכשיו השמצת אותי, כן? נמאס לי. בוא תגיד להם את האמת מאחורי הוולוגים.
That was vape, right?
תגיד את האמת בלי לשקר.
אני באמת נהנה, באמת, שלא תבינו, רק אל תרביצי לי, סתם לא. אני באמת נהנה. אני באמת נהנה.
אימא'לה.
The three friends are completely unaware as a strange...
Yep, it's a ghost. It couldn't be anything else. Clearly a ghost. Could not possibly have been vape or smoke.
Off to the right, they all look and they see what they describe as, quote, a black shadow running off into the woods. Shahar explains that the white figure caught on camera earlier was moving in the same direction where they spotted the black shadow a moment later.
The next one is Urbex Hill. A few people have asked me to look at Urbex Hill, and I think I saw the shape debunk him, and he got quite arsey with the shape about it. So this took a while to get to this point. He's basically walking around and he thinks there's somebody in this room. So to prove there is somebody in this room, he goes all the way around the building to go in through another door to take a look. If you're in a abandoned building and you think there is a real person in there, why in the hell would you go and look? Unless, of course, it's staged. In saying that, I've seen what Urbex Hill looks like. He is a big, big, big dude. So maybe he's got no fear. So let's see what happens. I mean, I don't know if you know this with YouTube. If you hold above the bar there, it'll show you points of interest where people have gone back and forth to look at something. Look how many have looked at that. There's a big spike there. The people have most replayed look. So we'll have a look at this section. Keep out. Yeah, just don't go in there. I would hazard a guess that somebody is actually staying there. There's a coat on the floor. Those are they're like things you put on the end of cigarettes. You can put menthol in them and stuff. I'm guessing that's a tobacco pouch, possibly. It looks like that could be tobacco there. There's a drink there. There's a bag and clothing there. There's pretty much a bed on the floor. So somebody's living there. So this won't be paranormal, but, you know, if it is a person in there and he jumps at him or whatever, he's going to get freaked out.
Somebody's been living in here.
That's risky. I mean, that's risky because homeless people have literally got nothing left to lose. All this guy has in the world is gonna be in this room, and if he thinks somebody's in there to take his stuff, he's gonna get defensive. I'd have shit my pants. For a split second, I thought that was Apex Hill screaming, but it's not. It's somebody screaming at him. Now, that's clearly not a ghost. That is just somebody trying to scare him out of there. And it's worked. It worked against me too.
Somebody's in here.
Nah.
I'm out.
Did you see it? All the way in the back of the hallway, someone can be seen walking into one of the classes.
Alright, so they're not claiming this to be paranormal. It is literally, this is scary because, I mean, it's top 10 scary ghost videos for 4 million subscribers. That's clearly not a ghost, it's clearly a person, which is far scarier than any ghost. Right, there was a video there of a guy in his apartment with doors and lights turning on and off, and I've debunked that video. I've debunked part of that video. There's another part of the video I've seen other channels debunk. And next is Franco. People keep asking me to look at Franco, and I'm like, I'm sure I debunked him on the top 5. I've seen other people debunk him.
Someone or what? I could barely see with this. I'm gonna have to get a little bit closer.
Is that not just a family or friends and loved ones of somebody that's deceased doing some form of religious ceremony or ritual? I don't know enough about wherever in the world this is to say yes or no, but that's nothing paranormal, certainly nothing ghosty.
Look, they're leaving.
Very creepy. People have gone to a graveyard to pay their respects and then they leave.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Where the group had gathered. he discovers what looks like a voodoo doll along with candles and other seemingly sinister objects. But then, strangely, Franco suddenly begins to hear the sound of laughter coming from somewhere amongst the graves.
Oh, there's no saying that he hasn't walked or stumbled upon religious or dark ritual. He could well have done.
What the hell is that? Hola? Hola? What is that? What the hell is that?
I want to see if there's a cut.
Hola? Hola? What?
I can't spot the cut myself, but there's a lot of this motion with the camera, and that is quite an easy place to hide a cut. I don't think that was digitally added in. I think there was just one of his mates, or one of his 5 mates, that was pretending to do a spooky wooky thing earlier on. It's just hidden behind there. He's done that with the camera. They've legged it while he's paused the video, carried on with the bounce, is my guess. And the last video is an alien crash landing, complete with sonic boom and 2 aliens in a garden. But nothing is captured on camera. The police are called, the police turn up, and they blur out the screen so you can't see the garden. That was a complete waste of time. So, Nuke's Top 5, it's been months since I've done a Nuke's Top 5. It's the same stuff over and over again. There was a little bit less of the TikTok stuff on this, so I wasn't as annoyed by it as usual. But still, I can see why I've given up on Nuke's Top 5s, or any of the, not specifically Nuke, any of the Top 5s, because it's the same things, the same channels, or the same tricks. So let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Let me know if you enjoyed this, because maybe I'll do some more, but that wasn't really that much fun to do, if I'm completely honest. Anyway, much love to you all. Beardo out.
Weirdos, boils and ghouls. Today we're doing paranormies. Now my last video, I might have ruffled a couple of feathers. And I'm surprised I didn't have to delete more comments than I did. With people being horrible and aggressive and nasty. One comment in particular kind of got to me a little bit. Now this person accused me of being an alcoholic. He accused me of being a violent alcoholic. Wow. I mean, where did you get that from? Could it be, number 1, my absolutely clean DBS Home Office vetted criminal record? Could it 2 be the drug and alcohol testing I have had to maintain for 22 years? Now, do I enjoy a drink? Absolutely I do. Do I get drunk on occasion? Yes. Far less these days than I used to be. When I was younger, I used to hit it hard on a weekend. Now I work with power tools, Monday to Friday, and going into work with a hangover is a really stupid idea. And we would get fired for coming in with a hangover. So I don't drink when I've got work. Before you just wildly throw accusations around, maybe do some homework. Or just maybe, if you got nothing nice to say, don't say it. And I also noticed that you've been in Mr. Gray's channel, and you've called him a heavy drinker, hence the red marks all over his cheeks. How rude for you to assume something like that. Now, let me educate you just a tiny, tiny little bit. In my scalp there, you can see a red patch. It is a form of psoriasis. And when my psoriasis flares up, like it's about to, I get red patches there. Not at the same time, both sides. Normally on one side, I'll get a patch. I get it on my legs, I get it on my elbows. And it looks like Mr. Grey has the same skin problem on his face there. People who drink too much get red cheeks. This is your cheeks. This is not. You have been banned from the channel. And I'm not going to mention the other comments that you made, because you were clearly just trying to provoke a reaction and upset people. Tisk tisk. The weird part is you would have been in full support because you commented on oh my gosh, you commented on 3 or 4 other videos I did in full support. But ooh, I spoke out against somebody you like, therefore you have to get personal and tell people I'm a violent alcoholic. Do you know how hard it is to be an alcoholic when you're a doorman? Because I worked every weekend, stood on doors, dealing with drunk people, dealing with violent people. Now, if I had any sort of temper issues, I might not be in that job for long. Back to the thing at hand. And this is also coming from a viewer. He commented 8 hours ago. Kevin Davis. Since you mentioned Paranormies, the night I was attacked by an unnamed mama. That's a movie, isn't it? Mama? It wasn't that great. Children of the Grey, scary paranormal investigation. And he's listed pretty much his own debunking. But what he's done there is he's allowed me to look at this video with timestamps and not have to sit through the boring shite the Paranormies put out. Because I'm aware of who the Paranormies are. I have seen them doing the feel sorry for me. Oh, nothing's going right. Please give me money. I've seen them on numerous top 5s and I've debunked them. I've seen the Sheep debunk them. And recently I'm aware of this paywall they're putting up where they've got their own website or something where you've got to pay a subscription, which is fine. If people want to put stuff up on a paid subscription service, that's absolutely fine. But then when people got a little bit nacked at it, wow, did they went off at their own fan base. I only know a little bit about it, so I'm not going to get too in-depth about it, because what I won't do is clickbait titles where I'm like, Paranormies are ripping off their audience, stick their faces all over it with that written across the screen, because that's clickbait to a bad degree, and we all know people that do it. Paranormies. I've had to make my camera a little bit bigger. People are like, why do you look so squished? It's tiny. The camera. Right, so, how many are we looking at? 113,000 subscribers on 116 videos. That's incredible. Nice zombie. Ooh, that's... I like that. Do like that. Subscribing bit. Very nice. Channel description. That's important these days. We take you into the most creepy and haunted locations and give you a first-hand look at scary paranormal activity. From ghosts in haunted hotels to evil spirits in abandoned churches. We have the tools and the knowledge to make contact with these horrifying entities and take you along for the scare. Canadian. Nothing. Says for entertainment purposes only. And open this video, we go to the video description to check for entertainment purposes only.
Are you someone who lives and works in England and Wales?
Yes.
Do you have debts of over £6,000 you can't afford to repay?
No. Okay. They get a lot of views too. Fair play. T-shirts, hoodies, Instagram, TikTok, Amazon. We're doing a huge giveaway of all our gear once we start a Patreon. And one of our lucky patrons will receive all the gear we use now that includes camera, spirit box, Ouija board and more. Don't talk to the dead at 3 a.m. What happens if you talk to the dead in the UK and it's 5 p.m, but in Australia it's 3 a.m? Have I just accidentally conjured a demon down in Australia? Somebody sat in the dunny like, holy shit, what was that? Ah, fuck, Beardo's been playing with the Ouija board. Nothing to say for entertainment purposes only. I'm probably going to have to skip a fair bit of this because Epidemic... If you use Epidemic sounds in your video, they will copyright claim it. Rightfully so. They own that music and people pay Epidemic to use their music. So I get it. A lot of people will think a content creator has struck them or claimed them, and they haven't. It's actually the sound owners of background music. Just so you know. This is like a movie. That's some good quality stuff. I like it.
So make sure you pay attention to every little detail as best as you can. It might be a little bit confusing, a little bit convoluted.
I will be paying attention, trust me. Because I've been told about this video in a comment. You never used to have a beard like that. If this video is full of shit, you need to shave. Okay, so I've just watched their intro. They do a great job with visual representation and storytelling. They tell the history of the building. Is it true? I don't know. I have had a quick look in the comments, and it appears that most of it seems true. There are people commenting that they live near the nun's home, etc. So, fair is fair. Warning, what you're about to watch may cause extreme discomfort. We want to warn you that this investigation we are dealing with potential victims of CA. During this investigation, we encountered full-bodied apparitions and contacted several spirits potentially linked to past investigations. What you're about to experience may trigger emotional responses. If you or anyone you know has been affected by emotional or physical A, please contact someone and get the help you need. And if the subject matter causes you discomfort, please shut off this video now. You cannot say the A word on YouTube. Instant demonetization. And it's not just an instant demonetization. They put your video as pretty much rated mature themes, violence, etc., which means that your audience is then limited. So even if you said copyright A, YouTube hit you for it. They don't like that word.
First piece of real activity in 3 days.
We weren't even filming, unfortunately. This thing just kicked on all by itself.
And you can't really use that in a video. Also, I have a similar type fire. Is that digital? That might not be digital. It's gas. Mine's digital. You can get a remote. Click. On it comes. And if the battery's running out, click. 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 That may have some remote feature with the battery. And if the battery's running out, click. Now, ours does also have hard switches, so you can turn it off, and then the battery don't make a difference.
This is how...
yeah.
This is how it turns on. And off.
Okay.
It's the only way. There's no, there's no remote. Remember when we got here? Like, how do we turn this on? How do we turn...
When that guy first started speaking, I thought he was the guy from Mindseed. The guy who left his reflection. They are putting that in as paranormal, but we haven't seen it. None of it, so it doesn't count.
No, we've had nothing. Like, we've had BS answers on the Ovilus. None of what we're trying to use makes any sense to these kids. So we've been, over the last couple of days, we've been trying to, like, get the kids to understand this new gear, because everything she's done, which is dowsing rods, old camera, like Polaroid stuff, none of it, like, is what we have. So we need to almost get these kids to adjust to what we're using. Like, we've been trying to train them what this is, what the REM pods are. We had a little bit of REM pod upstairs, but nothing major. So, like, still,
funny. You think like some of this might be easier, like, because they just have to touch a REM pod, but
still,
I mean, there's just
they
like
don't want to touch it if they don't know what it is.
And they're supposed to be like young kids too. So children's names we were looking for were Anna, Samuel, Everett, Bernadette, and Erica. And it didn't seem like we were making very much progress until Anna came through on the third day in the Ovilus. And looking back on the investigation now, it was clear that Anna was the most strongest and the most willing to talk to us, because we only got a couple of other names that corroborated with the names that Brenda provided us, and some of the names didn't come through at all.
It just makes me wonder if, like, the kids are shy. Is it just, audio's not on?
Audio's not on. Anna. I know I had a feeling that...
Oh, Anna! No sound. And he skimmed that camera straight. He almost went to zoom in on it, realised there's nothing there, flicked the camera away, and then they cut away to a Mindseed style piece to camera. That didn't say Anna, did it? You've just added that in for dramatic effect. You've just said you've been there for 3 days and nothing has happened. And now on day 4, or is it day 3? You're now going to start seeing you're getting all this activity that you didn't get for the previous couple of days, which could be how the paranormal works. Maybe the longer you're there, you build up some energy.
Anna really wanted to speak, and it just felt also like whatever Mama was really trying to prevent her to speak, because there was a story that Mama clearly did not want to be released to other people. Anna, did you turn the fire?
Where did you get that from? You've had nothing for 3 days, apart from light bulbs flickering, and the odd name in an Ovilus that you can't prove, and a fire turning on that you can't prove, and suddenly there is a demonic nun, and she will silence the children.
Bullshit.
Plays on.
I'm upset, Anna. See my shadow.
Is that what it said? I just saw it.
Yeah. I'm upset, Anna. See my shadow. We didn't have the. Oh, you know, it's so. Wasn't Anna one of the names?
I think Anna was one of the names she said.
Oh, I screwed up. If that makes me angry because that would have been the first name that we got that was actually
From the word Anna that we never see, he came up with all of that, and he alluded to the fact that that Ovulus just said something about Anna doesn't like the shadows or whatever he just said. The issue I have with it is the acting was atrocious. The slight grin as he's talking, the backing away as he's talking, it all screams made up on the spot. But that's my opinion. I can't prove any different. And neither can they, because they didn't show anything.
one of the kids' names.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even on.
Well, the sound wasn't on. The obvious was. We still got the name.
Yeah, we got the name.
It showed up on the screen. We didn't hear it.
You still haven't showed the screen. You've cut away too quick. They are hiding it.
So that is weird.
Hold on. You think maybe she's around here? Let me grab a key too. Anna, you don't have to be afraid. This is just something that you can use to let me know that you're here. You just have to touch it and it will light up. And I will know that you're right here. I just want to talk to you and ask you some questions, okay?
That is a funky looking key too. That's not an Ovulus device, that's an Ovulus app. And I can't tell which app it is, it's not one I've used. But most of those apps, there is a page where it'll read out a history of the last 50 comments. I assume, I'm only making an assumption here, that that would have the same kind of thing, yet they don't go back to it.
Okay. Right, blink one for yes and two for no if you see anything.
Can you imagine?
I'd have been freaked out if that blinked.
Man, does it again?
Imagine that.
Does it again?
Okay.
Wait, what? Imagine if it does it again. They haven't mentioned the doll blinking, but now they're saying, imagine if it does it again.
Elsewhere.
Holy shit, this video's an hour and a half long. Hour and a quarter long.
Okay, if that's the case, let's mic up and let's do it then.
Okay, yeah, let's mic up.
That still, again, nonsense word, but Anna is a big one, so.
But
Anna,
we're looking for her. And it's
Yeah, you've got the nonsense on camera.
says
Yeah,
elsewhere.
between Anna and that's big.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Pause and mic up. For the first time ever on the channel, we use a thermal camera. Yeah, just set it up on the ledge.
I'll give credit where credit is due. This video looks nice. There was a great intro, but everything since, other than how it looks, is awful. This guy on camera right now is trying to act. No, you can't. They got some nice gear.
And it's crazy to see like what we caught on it the first time we ever used it. We've never even tested one out before. Kill.
I don't like that one.
A couple of seconds ago, the app said something. We heard it. This time, it says something. Kill. No sound. Are they turning the sound on and off in between takes? No, they're lying. The demeanor, that conversation there was just this uncomfortable stop-start to it because they were making it up as they went along. In my opinion, I can't prove that, but that's how it comes across.
Something in the kitchen.
You heard that voice or whatever over there, right?
Yeah, to me, honestly, concentrate. I honestly thought it sounded like a kid's voice, but maybe that's just what my brain is telling me it was because I'm looking for that.
Well, after Trapped in the Basement, I'm going to be looking extra hard and listening.
What? Where are they pulling this from? There was no voice. I know you said he's just been trapped in the basement. That's the first time they mentioned that.
With like a fire. Isn't it Hannah? Isn't it Hannah? Like burning the fire or something?
Hannah and Sophie, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
Stop swinging the
imagine
cameras.
names? I highly doubt it. I think that was completely separate, but that would really freak me out.
Let's run a spirit box.
Yeah, grab the spirit box.
I know what that is.
Names.
He goes into the living room to the left.
I think that was completely separate, but
He carries straight on.
Really freaked me out.
That's a reflection. Right, Ken Davis, 15 minutes. 15 minutes 42. Third person on the thermal was Johnny's reflection. Yeah, it was definitely a reflection. It was walking the same way he was. The same and I don't just mean in the same direction, but reflected. It was walking with the same strut.
Let's run a spirit box.
Yeah, grab the spirit box. The first thing that came to our minds when we saw it back was like, what could we have caught if we had this on other investigations?
Your reflection.
The craziest thing about this thermal clip is that you can see our bodies walk past the camera and it shows the heat signatures off our body, which is bright red. But when the figure in the background walks by, it's completely blue, which means that it's ice cold. And a lot of people...
Excuse me?
The craziest thing about this thermal clip is that you can see our bodies walk past the camera and it shows the heat signatures off our body, which is bright red.
Bright red.
But when the figure in the back...
That is not blue. This is blue. That is slightly orange. And you know why it's slightly orange? Because it's a reflection.
Ground walks by, it's completely blue, which means that it's ice cold. And a lot...
You're talking out of your bottom, good sir.
A lot of people would see something like this and they would just say, well, that's a third person walking by. But like, look at it, man. It's like, it's completely blue. You would have to be almost...
It's not, it's
solid.
It's borderline red there. Orange, yellow, back up to... It's blue right on the outside. But that's because it's a reflection of this guy that's just walked down there. It's your reflection. Or the other guy's reflection. Whichever one of you it is. How can I put this politely? I'm a big guy. I have a stomach that protrudes a little. By a little, I mean a lot. You two have stomachs that protrude a little. Not as much as mine. You ghosty woasty, which is a nun or a child, look like a man with a bit of a beer belly. I'm not sitting through a spirit box session. I can't stand them. So they're claiming an Ovilus device. It's not what they're using. It's a mobile phone app. And that is also something that Kevin has pointed out.
That's really good. That's very clear.
Now, I have skipped a big chunk of the video for you guys. Spirit box, I can't do them. I've skipped the spirit box myself, turned the volume off, had a quick look. Do you know, while they don't walk down that hallway again, no more ghosty woasties on the wall.
Talking.
Oh my god, that was that.
That REM pod is going
At least
nuts
that's
out there.
talking. Dude, I'm freaking out. Shit.
What do you want to say?
I don't even want to, like, it's pulling us there.
It's literally just cutting out all the noise.
Mm-hmm. Give us something. Me?
That's a bit of a stretch.
Hello?
Hello,
That was
I
a
heard that
female
too.
voice that said hello. Clear. Hello?
Hello? Is that Anna?
And this is why I don't like spirit boxes. Blasts of horrible noise, and they're like, it said a word, it said a word. But they ignore all the other words, and a very clear tune that carries over. The way it's supposed to work is it skips radio stations really quick, and you're supposed to pick out a complete word over the radio skips. That just played a tune for about a second and a half. So that is far too slow, and then they've got some white noise attached to it in blasting, like... As we know, you can set off REM pods with radios, with little key fob things.
Oh. It's terrifying.
Found.
Phone?
Found.
Found? Solved? Found?
Found.
We have to talk. We have to discuss this then.
We have to. When Brenda told us about the 5 children and the impressive spirit in her home, we already knew that this was a trend that was happening in the area of St. Boniface.
Let me out. I'm done.
What happened?
It says Liam on the thing.
And the reason we knew this is because this is something that we had already encountered when we investigated our buddy Chad's place back in January of 2022.
Put the camera down, because I want you to see this for your, like, real life.
Let's put this down for a second.
Where did I see it? There. Right here. Where? Oh, hang on. You see, here, you see that?
Records.
Records? You see it? Liam.
Liam!
How in the hell did you find that?
Right there.
Burned in.
That's not burned, that's scratched in.
And that looks like it's been there for a while.
That is very, very fresh. Look how bright that is compared to the rest. Oh, these guys are getting on my nerves.
It's got these burn marks like this. All these burn marks on it.
You've just scratched over a burn. In fact, if that is a burn mark or a scorch mark, which it may well be, the scraping is clean through it. It's gone over the burn mark. It's been done afterwards. And it looks very, very fresh. It's not discoloured like this. Like this.
So maybe this wasn't... Maybe this isn't a girl. This is not a girl.
That's a piece of chalk. Kevin says, the Liam and the chalk mark look fresh to me. Absolutely. It's still at least one little chunk of chalk sitting there. Yeah, there. Hey, Kevin, you should do this for a hobby or a living. Great eyes.
Girl, we thought that was a girl. I think that might be
Maybe
a boy.
it's not.
A drawing of a boy. Is this like a hangman's noose or some sort? Oh my God! When was the house burnt down? Or when was the house built? 1945?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that a 45?
It looks like a 45. Right there. 45.
Is
right
that a 45?
45.
But it's fresh. You've just done that.
It said pennies earlier.
Let's pick me up.
Wait.
It said pennies earlier.
Let's pick me up.
You made a little mistake there. You shouted, it said pennies over here, and then the ovulus says pennies. There's a penny on the floor next to you that you just notice, but then you throw another penny out of your hand. You already had a penny in your hand before you said pennies and before the ovulus said pennies, and then you threw it. You've preempted that by already having it in your hand. This is getting worse by the second. The obvious device, which is a mobile phone application that they are using now, it has a history. They've just used it to show pennies. Yet they didn't do it to show Anna.
We figured this one out. Oh, man.
I think we figured this one out.
We figured this out.
You figured nothing out.
Solved! 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 It says solved! Did you hear that? Did you hear that? It says solved! Oh, man.
Dude! Bro! Dude! Bro! Can everybody please stop dude broing? It was funny when Ashton Kutcher did it in the early noughties. It ain't fucking funny now. Idiots. I don't know if I can get through this video, but I will struggle for you, the beardo weirdos. Solved! Solved! We just solved everybody's paranormal questions and concerns with a mobile phone app. Oh yeah. I have had to sit through some crap in my time, but wow. At this point in the investigation, Jordan's body language began to take a sudden shift. He became disconnected from the investigation, and it appeared that him and Johnny were not on the same page. It happens over the course of a couple of hours on the third night, so pay close attention to him. It eventually led up to the guys deciding to leave for the fourth night, but they would return after whatever was attempting to take over Jordan would be extinguished by their absence in the house.
Did that not sound like an old lady?
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
Mama?
I love how it carries out, and that's when you can hear the voices as it like...
Get out.
Get out.
Even the ghost is sick of you.
We've been here for...
Is that the kids telling us to get out? Because of Mama? And we're supposed to be going in there tomorrow?
Or maybe she's telling us to get out.
Let's go run some tests outside her bedroom.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be right back. How's that for an idea?
Let's do it.
Run tests? Like, as soon as that word came through, it's like, get out. Like, the kids are like, don't...
He's not possessed. He's as bored as I am.
That's upstairs. Is it not?
Yeah, it is.
You know where your REM pod is? I'm gonna throw up.
Okay, wait. This might be a bad idea. Okay, there's a reason why I'm thinking this. It's saying get out. And then we thought of this idea. Now we're about to go upstairs and this thing starts going off. Are we being led up there?
We probably are.
You want me to stop filming?
There's about 5 minutes of this guy doing his best Zach Baggins impression. It's the most boring possession I've ever seen, or attempted a possession, whatever they are claiming it is. This is rough. So the whole possession thing, I'll have cut it out. This is actually becoming a chore. Jordan decided to continue to push on through whatever was happening to him, and we tried to conduct a new type of test involving a wave shell. It reacts to movement and is incredibly sensitive. Although Jordan was doing his best, things continued to worsen.
See that? See it's green? Move my hand. It lights up.
That is a little bit sensitive.
Well, if Mama's here.
Come to the bottom of your stairs.
Mama, if you're here, are you the one making Jordan feel this way?
Did you hear it?
You heard that?
I heard it.
Does that mean you are making Jordan feel this way?
I feel like she's coming closer.
Are you kidding me?
She's here.
The issue I've got with that device that's overly sensitive going off, this REM pod going off, is I can hear them clicking things. There's plastic clicks, like switches or buttons being pressed. Now, are they pressing something on the camera that's coming through the microphones, possibly? Or are they triggering these devices? I'm more in the thought of they're triggering them, right? I'm going to have to just stick to the time codes I've been sent here because this is painful. I can't believe I've watched as much of this as I have.
What's going on with Jordan? Why is he being this way?
Everett.
Oh my God. That is the second name.
It didn't show us. I mean, maybe you don't have to because the sound was there.
Who's Everett?
It didn't sound overly.
Because it wasn't doing anything.
Doorway.
I'm standing in the doorway.
All right, so Kevin has said at 4250 doorway didn't sound right, like the Spirit Talker app was connected to a speaker in another room. Yeah, they did it earlier. Now, what a lot of paranormal investigators do, you can see it on them. There's a blue light to the side of them. That's a microphone. So they've got wireless microphones, and they probably just stuck one next to the Ovilus as well as themselves. I don't think it's overlaid. But you can get the same app, and no matter which building you'll go into, it'll tell you doorway and relevant things, because when you use these apps, you have to allow certain permissions, your microphone, your location. That's how they work. And you can say, hey, I put it in airplane mode as soon as I got to the building. Yep, as soon as you got there. Your last GPS notification will be at that building.
We didn't leave these. Did we leave these lights on there when we left? These on? Not that one.
Do not
that
remember.
One, I think this one is left on. Jesus.
Now, we all just saw something peek and walk away from a door. So I've slowed it down. Let's see if we can spot what happened here. Amazingly, in slow motion, that camera is getting swung about like he's trying to club something. All the way up the stairs, all the way up there. Once he gets to this part of the corridor, he slows it right down passing that doorway because he knows that this is going to be here. Is there a replay? Because if they replay this slower, I might be able to see a little bit more. That was odd. He walks into the room. He slows right by the wardrobe or closet, whatever's to his right. He kind of looks, but he looks at an angle. He doesn't go all the way into the room and look back on himself. He knows there's somebody still in there. Right, they've slowed it down themselves, so with the way I've slowed it down, we'll get a good look at this. It's masked. Naughty, naughty. It's a mask. There is a perfect line up here, across there. This is a... You can blur or feather the edging of your masks. And around here, they've tried to trace around the area of the ghost pretty well. But when you get to this point, there's a straight line. When this ghosty woasty, which looks nothing like a nun, pops in around that corner, watch this line. The ghost moves, the line is still there for a while, and then it skips 2 frames. That's a mask. So, in my opinion, that's a mask. I mean, it's not even really that much of an opinion, because it moves after the ghost disappears. You can see feathering. There's all sorts of distortion all around here when the spirit moves. Yet there are things further away in better focus than the things that are closer to the camera. That's a blurred or a feathering of a mask. For those that are not in the know, to mask the way they just have, I've recreated it myself. You film something like this. The best way to do it is to film the same area twice, but on a moving camera, it's harder to do. However, in editing software, even though I'm quite new to it all, I opened a door while I was moving, and as I stepped through the door, and when the door opens, my dining room door opens into Really Haunted's bedroom. And the movement the other side of the door follows my cameras because you can track the motion. I didn't overlay the video twice. I didn't film it twice. I just had 2 separate videos, slapped them together, cut a square out, and frame by frame, you follow this wall. Frame by frame, you move a red line. You'll put dots all down it, and then you just move the dots to follow the movement. So as he pans right, every time you move it a frame, you drag them over. You can skip as much as 5 frames to save time, and in DaVinci Resolve, which I use, it'll actually still be able to track for you while skipping 5. 4 to about 6 is about the maximum I've ever been able to get it to work on. But you can basically track and map that wall and make sure whatever never bleeds through it. It's quite simple to do. It'll take an hour, if that. So all they've done is just masked this wall twice, and you can see the blur effect. It's fucking dog shit. Okay, so there's a large portion of the video where all of the equipment is kicking off at the same time. Again, a radio. Just depress the radio button. It'll do exactly what they're saying it does. They ramp up the music tension to go with all this equipment kicking off. I'm not going to debunk it because this is the type of thing that's debunked all of the time. If you want to go and check it out for yourself, feel free. But yeah, it's boring. One of the guys is having a lay down. He's having a sleep.
Is it okay if I sleep in here?
So basically, Johnny, not the guy that was being possessed, I don't think, has gone for a sleep. All of this activity, he's gone for a sleep.
Oh my god.
Okay, one of these guys is sleeping. So the dresser apparently is hit hard enough to move away from the wall. We don't see that. We just hear a noise and it moves the camera and it looks like it's in the same place. Then 2 doors slam very loudly. He's jumping and shouting. The other guy doesn't wake up. Why? Now, is it because those sounds are overlaid? No. So, Beardo, are you saying it's a ghosty woasty? Yep, it's the ghost of a nun. It's as simple as that. Problem solved. I can quit debunking now. It's the other guy. He's not in bed. He's not sleeping. He's banging stuff in the house. They go the whole video with the 2 of them following each other, and they're constantly looking at each other through their cameras to make sure they get the 5 minutes of fame. Yet, the most activity they get, all of that banging, one of them is having a nap. He's off camera because they've also made sure that we know their camera batteries have all drained when all of their equipment was kicking off. This is all staged, every stitch of it, and it's not even well done. I noticed a few doors were closed in the morning, but considering we stay at a lot of haunted locations, this isn't uncommon. Do you know how many haunted locations I've been in where the door has slammed? None. Not one. If you had knocks, I have never, ever seen a door knock. A door slam. Ever. Brushing it off and not thinking about it again until we see in this footage. I didn't realise that any of this had happened, and this is why I overlooked the footage so easily. I'm glad I found it in time, Johnny. Found what?
Before you guys decide whether or not Mama really exists, or what Jordan and I were going through is real, and if I really had a reason to not trust Jordan in the moment to begin with, I need you to understand something. There was a major disconnect between me and Jordan during the night we stayed at Brenda's house, and Jordan was not himself by any means. It's like I was investigating completely alone, and I mentioned that in the moment, but it was confirmed to me when I was editing. Jordan decided for whatever reason not to ever tell me that he had a conversation with Anna in the children's bedroom, and Mama made herself known to him by moving something in the bedroom.
That didn't move.
But I also withheld something from Jordan during editing that he hasn't seen up until now.
Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. When me and Dean investigate, or when me and Mrs. Geek investigate, the pair of whoever I'm out with, we sit here and we're like, frame by frame, both of us, like, did you hear that? What do you think that is? If me and Dean do an investigation and we think we've got a noise in the background, the first thing I do is call my wife to come out of the living room. She comes out, she puts the headphones on, she sits in front to get a third set of eyes on it. This is all dog shit and horror storytelling.
And it completely confirms that Mama was with Jordan the entire duration that we were there from the beginning.
Siri?
Because when I was setting up the thermal camera in the beginning of the 3rd night, Mama was standing behind Jordan, just like she was standing around him the entire duration that we were upstairs around the REM pods while he was knocking on her door.
Kevin, your comment on the image of Mama over Jordan's shoulder is perfect for a top 5 eye roll. Exactly. Did that look like a nun to anyone else? I mean, it was white for a start, the same colour as the walls. Does that look like a nun to anyone else? It barely resembles a human. I mean, you could see that's the head, there's the shoulders. Nuns are dressed predominantly all in black. They'll have a white band there and a white ring there. There's a black ring there, and then everything else is white. But it's a ghost, Beardo. Is it? He's froze that image and zoomed in on it, but he doesn't show the footage again playing for us to see this thing. This has been found specifically for the likes of Nuke Slaptam. This will appear. I'll guarantee you this will appear. So what I did there was I go back to the beginning of the video where that nun was videoed to see if it's on the camera there. There's nothing in the mirrors. There's nothing on the other cameras. It's just that one camera. And they never, ever show that camera in motion. It's a still image. Could it be pareidolia that they've just thought they can get away with? Yes. Could they even have added it themselves to a still image? Absolutely. I can add whatever I want to this screen in a still image and zoom in on it. I mean, everybody remembers the freaky painting, right? Oh, no. No, this is OBS. I can't do a lot with this image, really. Can I? Let me try something. Oh no, spooky nun. I can even get it to move. Oh no. Ah! Look. Now, this is I'm recording live at this moment. You're seeing, obviously, future me. Literally, all I've done is dragged a photo onto my recording software and changed the opacity. Never tried it before, and I've just done that in seconds. So you're telling me that they couldn't get this nun to appear just over his shoulder there? Ah. I'm being possessed. Yes. I can get rid of that picture because it creeps me the f out. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comment section down below. This video is going to have to have been trimmed a lot because the time of recording is 1 hour and 37 minutes. I'm not releasing 1 hour and 37 minutes of this crap for you guys. It's not fair. It's not fair on you. I'll have edited this down. There was way too much going on there. 1 hour and 37 minutes of footage I've got there. I'm going to try and get this down to well under an hour. I don't know if I'll succeed. Anyway, much love to you all. Beardo out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back with another viewer request. This one comes from Revan GG. Revan GG? I hope I've said that right, my friend. Now, Revan GG also saw the Mindseed video where I got a fair bit of abuse and basically said, good catch. Hope you do more and go through all of these teams. One that seems real legit is Paranormal Nightmare. The Foreman brothers are legit. You'd enjoy watching. Wendy Walters then comments, yes, I believe Paranormal Nightmare are legit too. I've subscribed to your channel now because I'm hoping you'll do a reaction video on them. Well, Wendy Walters and Revan GG. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And we're going to be reacting to Paranormal Nightmare TV series, The Scariest Haunting Caused Real Nightmares. Paranormal Nightmare episode... Paranormal... Season 1... Season 12. Holy shit, these guys have been going a while. Season 12, Episode 3. Guys, this is a 45-minute video, so this is going to go on for quite some time. I hope, and I pray, this isn't like the last, guys. I'll get into it. I will not be dragged into that argument. Again, less people leave more nasty comments. So before we get into the video, head on over to Paranormal Nightmare, subscribe to them, watch the videos, like the videos, comment on the videos, and all that good stuff, and then come back and watch my reactions. So my viewers think these guys are legit. My viewers are fans of this show, and they know that if I see fakery, I'll call it out. So you know what you're watching. If I see something that's fake, I'm going to call you out. Also, if you want to see some ghost hunts without any fakeness in there, I'm doing them myself on this channel. Have a look. There's 3 up at the moment. By the time this video goes out, I will probably be in the most haunted hotel in the UK. They've got their own YouTube channel called My Haunted Hotel, and me and Mrs. Geek are going to be going to spend the night there, doing an investigation. They'll be filming us for an episode of their show. We'll be filming ourselves for our YouTube. It's going to be good. I hope. That place has a lot of activity. I've only ever seen 2 episodes with absolutely nothing happened. Knowing my luck, I'll be the guy that gets nothing.
I need somebody now. It's gonna get worse.
Last couple of nights, I've had like major nightmares. And just being inside that house, you got a crazy, uncomfortable feeling like you knew something wasn't quite right.
Please. Nobody would help us.
So these nightmares, it's like the same thing over and over again.
Something bad's coming. Just feel it.
She seems legitimately terrified and upset. I've just subscribed to the channel just off that. If I see bullshit, I'll unsubscribe. But this looks good. This looks promising. And I've seen these guys in somebody else's videos.
Whatever's coming, it's coming. It's gonna hurt you.
And as the door starts to break open, it's like it's reaching out to let us know it's not finished.
He kind of looks like Fred Durst. No offense.
It's a demon. I know it is. And there's others with it. It's gonna hurt you. Our first night here, we noticed that the light in the kitchen was flickering on and off. And next thing we know, our car alarms start going off outside. And our keys are hanging on the wall right there. There was this woman in that bedroom with me, and I was laying in the bed, and she had her back turned against me. I got woke up to a woman talking, saying, I told you to watch her. And it said, I don't trust her. You need to watch her. And then I heard a demonic voice say, I have been watching her. I'm wide awake in my bed, hearing this. He's been 8 years sober. I've been 20 years sober. As soon as we moved in here,
Fair play to you.
We wanted to start drinking. It almost became like
Don't do that.
dehydration for it. Like it was a hunger to want to start drinking. I was literally
Fucking
fighting
hell.
the urge, and so was he. He would get woke up by the handle on his dresser being moved in the middle of the night or tapping on the windows. We noticed all day.
Can you imagine?
Hearing.
Could you imagine having to live through that? 20 years sober. By the sound of it, they had a bit of an issue with alcohol. That's me making a bit of an assumption. And one night in this house has made them want to drink. And this is why I get pissed at fake stuff, because people like this, if this is real, people like this who are looking for help, that are genuinely struggling and suffering through some form of haunting, your fake videos are making a mockery of them and make people think it's all a load of shit. It's ruining this person's life. Look how upset she is. Stop making fake videos, unless you put for entertainment purposes only, so we know it's fake.
He's been 8 years sober. I've been 20 years sober. As soon as we moved in here, it was instant. We wanted to start drinking. It almost became like a dehydration for it. Like it was a hunger to want to start drinking. I was literally fighting that urge, and so was he. He would get woke up by the handle on his dresser being moved in the middle of the night or tapping on the windows. We noticed all day long there would be this. That's every day.
Renox.
All day long.
Mocking the Trinity.
I tried saging, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was just listening to people, and it just seemed to amp it up more. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. And they're like, call a priest or try to get a hold of a priest. And I tried that. I tried to get in contact with Zach Baggins. Now it's to the point to where it got real bad within just in the last month.
Don't call Zach Baggins to your house. Jesus. Now, I watch Ghost Adventures. I enjoy Ghost Adventures, but they are not legitimate paranormal investigators. They go in there. I mean, they aggravate spirits to get a reaction. Is some of it real? Possibly. Is a lot of it bullshit? Absolutely. I find it entertaining. I'll watch it. But somebody like that that's struggling, don't call them into your house.
I was in a depressing mood. Like, I couldn't get out of it. I just didn't want to do nothing. I was sleeping a lot. I just felt like it was all just drained. Everything was taken out of me. I was even thinking, you know, the only way I'm not going to see or hear this stuff anymore is if I take myself out of the picture. And I didn't want to tell him that.
Shit.
'Cause I don't want him thinking he's married to a psycho. Yeah.
This is emotional.
Just when you messaged me back that you were gonna come, I just found some hope. Kind of snapped out of it, thinking that somebody's gonna help me finally. As soon as I tell them something that it's demonic, they don't want nothing to do with it. And I'm like, I need somebody now. It's gonna get worse. This ain't gonna get better. It's gonna get worse and somebody's gonna get hurt. More aimed at me for some reason. It's a demon. I know it is. And there's others with it. The medium said that she sensed at least 6 of them here. That happens a lot.
I have a bit of an issue with some mediums as well, especially if they take a lot of money. Especially if they're taking a lot of money off somebody like her that is vulnerable. I'm assuming that these paranormal nightmares are going out to help her and not for a fee. Obviously, they're getting the footage for YouTube and all the rest of it. I'm fine with that. That's cool. I know of a psychic medium that my wife has used, and she's really good. Doesn't charge the earth, and has come up with some stuff that I'm like, she didn't find that on the internet. So I'm not saying all mediums are fake, but there are people out there that are rinsing money out of people, especially people like her that are vulnerable, and I don't like it.
Growling and like hissing. Somebody did something here. I feel something in the kitchen too.
That was nice.
I'm being watched in the kitchen. Like, I'm real tense right now talking about it because I feel like it's going to punish me when you leave. I don't know what it's going to do. There's times that I don't sleep. And there's this child footprint, a wet footprint on the bathroom floor. I'm terrified. I don't like being here at all, especially at night going to sleep, but I don't feel comfortable. I'm not comfortable. I'm scared.
This is horrible.
I'm scared to close my eyes. I'm scared. I hate coming home. I hate it. I hate going to bed, and I shouldn't have to hate coming home or going to bed. And when I pray, it gets worse. I was real scared. And all of a sudden, something just told me to pray. And I started praying out loud, and I was like, everything, the dark shadows started going crazy in there. And I was just like, tensed up.
Shadows,
I couldn't even get the
voices, growling, hissing. What the?
I forced myself to rebuke it during the prayer. Even to say amen, I had to force myself to say that. Was choking on the words. I didn't even want to pray because I knew that it was going to punish me. And I feel like that's what it does. When I do stuff like that, it does punish me. And, mentally messes me up. Maybe somebody will see this and reach out and help me or tell me what it is. Praying that you guys would respond, and you guys did. And it's been hope. I've had hope since you answered back. You're the only one that did. Please. Nobody would help us. I can't even have my family come over here because I'm scared they might leave with something. Did I just see my mom's spirit outside? Looking confused. What's going on here? I see her, and then my sister's telling me she's dead. The night before she died, some bad things happened and some things were said, and I guess she was telling them that she wanted to kill herself. So my mom went to bed and she never woke up. My niece went to go in there and check on her, and she was gone. I don't know if my mom died of a suicide or what, or a broken heart, because she got into it with my sister the night before. Wondering why. Mom, what happened? From a split second, she went from the head to my feet by the fan.
I don't think I was emotionally prepared for this. I thought it was going to be a generic, here's 4 guys with video cameras in an empty house going, oh, look, there's a tap, what the fuck? This has caught me completely off guard. Her reaction and the way she is acting, or not acting, the way she's feeling and portraying those feelings seems genuine. And if it's not a demonic possession, she's got some serious issues. We're 5 minutes in and I'm like invested. I really hope they can help her. I hope they don't just film it and then fuck off. That'd be shit. Or I hope they don't provoke it, film it, and then leave.
She had a tattoo on her hand. I'm like touching her hand, and I'm like, it's really you. It is you, and I can touch her hand. And she said, on the chair, and she's kind of like this, and I'm on the bed. And I was touching her hand like this, and I said, Mom, what happened to you? And she just put her head down. She wouldn't answer me, like she was ashamed. And I'm like, you don't need to be ashamed. Tell me. I need to know.
He's crying.
She just wouldn't tell me. Every now and then I'll hear my mom's voice say, Jamie, Jeremy. Like she's trying to tell us something. And then here recently, I haven't felt her here at all. That's my security camera going off right now.
Check the footage. I'm pretty sure he was crying.
It's mad.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it'll drain your batteries. It drains our phones all the time. We have to have our phones on the chargers a lot. I went on a walk around the neighborhood. It was 11 o'clock at night. I saw something, what I thought was my husband at first on the back porch. It was a black figure, but I thought it was him. And it was standing at the end of our back porch, ran around the house. So by the time I got to this corner, it just ran right past me. It was a dark entity. I'd never seen anything like that before. Last night, that whole area right there gets pitch black. And I feel like something's standing there. That corner right there, I always feel like there's something there. And the light flickers. It'll be right next to me going on and off. There's times that I feel like our house shaking. Like literally, I'm not crazy, I'm not insane. I feel like our whole house is shaking. And he's felt it too. He's come running outside when I was mowing the yard telling me that he felt the house shake. I kept telling him, I said, something bad's coming. And I said, just feel it. And it's like, whatever's coming, it's coming. Underneath my foot, I felt 3 times underneath my foot. I got tired of it. I said, I can't get nobody here, then I'm going to ask the questions myself. Just got the courage to come in here by myself, alone, shut the door, standing right there. I said, what are you? Did you die here? That's when the 2 red, looks like eyes, come down from that wall right there. That corner actually, and then come down the wall. And then
I've just been away. I'm supposed to be reacting to this, and I've just sat here with a stupid look on my face. I am genuinely not prepared for this video. This is nuts. If her accounts are real and they look real, that is a Hollywood horror movie demonic possession. The 3 taps, the red eyes, all of it is. I genuinely hope these Paranormal Nightmare guys are going to help her.
And go in the closet. It's in there saying, I did it. Haha, it was me. Oh yeah. This room makes me very nervous. He's standing here by the door and he shuts her light off. It's probably like 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm standing right here. We're both asking questions. I turn in this corner, I see something like kind of tall and dark. Something just said, get out of here. And I get the door open. I said, we gotta get out of here now. I gotta get out of here. It's just, I don't know, just getting scared in there. I'm feeling like it don't want me in there, right? Talking about it at all. He don't want me talking about it. I started getting goosebumps on my back, like feeling something on my back.
That's a security camera going off again, right?
In there by myself. Something went through me. My eyes went pitch black. Everything went black. And I literally felt it. I told my husband, I felt it. Felt something, just felt like it just took over me for a couple of seconds. Everything went pitch black and then back to normal. I felt something go through me. I literally felt it, and I'm scared that next time it does it, it's gonna stay. And I don't want that. And I don't know if it's what is in that room or if it's the bad thing that tried to do that to me, but it wasn't a good feeling when it happened at all.
Sounds like it's trying to possess her.
Literally trying to take over.
Be in the house, though. Move.
It kind of enjoys.
Claim on the insurance.
Get mad at it. Just be careful. It's gonna hurt you. Yeah. Especially when you're telling it to leave.
My son would literally sleep with the door open. I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to sound crazy, but I seen a real tall guy with a hat, and he was coming to my door, and he said, I got freaked out, and he went under my blanket and covered up under the blanket, and I went come out. And I got out, I reached this far away, nowhere near the floor. I get out and start drying, I look down, and there's a footprint right here. And I was like, I know I didn't touch that floor.
Okay, so we just wrapped up interviews with Jeremy and Jamie. We're getting ready to start the investigation. Definitely an uneasy feeling inside this house.
I'm uneasy watching. That's a clock.
This right here's the room that has the heaviest feeling. It's where they've had the most experiences, and the past owners have had experiences in this room. And just being in here during the day, she had to run out of the house because of this room. And she believes whatever was in here went through her and briefly possessed her. Today was the footprints. The kid's footprints showed up when he got out of the shower. They were little kid wet footprints. And they've had experiences with kids here. And the previous owner, I'm getting cold chills just talking about it, but the previous owner painted this room, came back in the next day, and they have no kids, and there were kids' handprints on all the paint. Oh, you feel that? Put your hand right here. Hurry. Cold, like a cold air just shot straight through.
It's about a kid size, Josh.
Yeah, and it shot straight through like it was just like a whiff of wind, like went straight through me.
I don't think that's a kid. I think it's a demon pretending to be a kid.
Whoever's in this house, my name's Josh. This is my brother Rocky. We're just here tonight to talk to you.
What a cool name. Just call your kid Rocky.
And if you have something that you want to say, we're here to listen to you. Evidently, you're trying to communicate something, and we want to know what that is. If there's any children in this house, can you set one of our alarms off?
I don't think that's a child. I don't know if I believe in demons, but... Wow.
And you know what's weird is that one room where everybody's having all these experiences and where everybody feels uneasy is the one room where the alarm's going off. Connie or Pat, I know that you guys have come and talked to Jamie.
Southern Lady 42, thank you for the subscription while I'm live. Or while I'm recording. Legend.
We've got a few alarms in the bedroom.
It's kicking off.
Who keeps setting our alarm off in here?
Does it look like a kid's voice, right? Luke? Does that say Luke?
If you're trying to get a message across, right now would be a perfect time to do it. Because we have all the equipment that will record you. Can you hit one of the walls for us?
Right. Now, I do paranormal investigations. Quite new to it. Very new to recording it, at least. And I said, if you've got a haunted home and you want me to come there and film it and do an investigation in your home, I'd happily do it. I wouldn't go there. I genuinely wouldn't go there just in case A, something attaches to you and follows you home. B, it makes things worse for those people. C, how would you deal with that? I mean, there's a difference between noises, sounds, and possibly seeing an apparition to feeling like there's a demon in your house that's trying to possess you.
For us?
Something moved back here.
I heard that, like a thump. Are you back in the kitchen? Now this bathroom back here is where they had the kids' footprints. And they'd always felt like something was up in the attic area. And one day this attic door came crashing down.
I wonder why he's wearing
Are there any
headphones.
children inside this house?
Is he monitoring his own voice? Are they using a microphone?
Can you try to talk louder?
Are they using a microphone, like a boom mic? And they've got headsets plugged into it, so they can hear an amplified volume of everything. That's cool. That's cool.
We're here to help Jamie and Jeremy. Prove to us that you're inside this house.
I don't know if that was a knock or the sound of the boom mic moving. It's not a boom mic.
I just gotta find out where it's hiding.
They don't have a boom mic. I don't know why he's wearing a headset.
I feel uneasy right here. Are you in the bedroom? They say that you hit the walls and the windows.
It's the alarm again.
Come out here with us. We didn't come here to chase you around. We came here to talk to you, to find out why you're here.
I'm on edge watching
We're gonna
this.
make you leave this house tonight.
Careful, he might hear you.
She said that you get upset when people tell you that you have to leave.
I mean, I suppose they've got to provoke a little bit just to see if there is something there for them to get it to leave.
You can touch one of us.
I don't know their background. Are they religious? Like ordained and stuff? An intrusive ad telling me to enable an ad blocker.
It's like active, like right off the bat. The one that's like creepy quiet.
That was a yawn. What was that? Something's getting pissed at you.
Dude, it just sounded like something was like breathing.
Oh, he's microphone on his chest. That's what he's listening to.
It sounds like something was like right here close to my mic. Connie, are you inside this house?
Oh. So he's using that kind of like a boom mic.
We're here to help your daughter.
Smart. My eyes are
Also, you
everywhere.
need to help us. We need to figure out what's inside this house. That's another thing she wanted to try to figure out tonight is how her mom died. Yeah, this room's definitely cold. Yeah. It's something for us.
See, if this was one of those other channels, there'd be shit flying in the air and doors slamming and peekaboo demons and everything by now.
Dude, that camera was... Or shut off? Yeah, it was 89%. Oh. And the alarm's going off. The camera went dead and the alarm went off.
Battery drain?
Are you trying to aggravate us?
Or is it using power to manifest? Do some scary, sketchy shit.
You know, we're not afraid of you.
Time to do some
you
spooky
afraid of
shit,
us?
dude. If this demon ain't scared of you.
Off the whole time it's been out here. Yeah. Let's put it back in the creepy room. Let's see if it goes off. Something's by it. Oh, yeah. Can you move away from that? Are we aggravating you? There's another alarm on top of the dresser. Can you set that off too?
I don't think this thing wants to play ball.
That thing hasn't done that ever, has it? Last week. Remember? But like that much?
Last week. I will say, these boxes, I have not anything that expensive, but I have a REM pod device. When the battery drains on these, they switch on and stay on. It's to tell you the batteries are dying. That could be a possible explanation for that, but I'm sure these guys will check the batteries.
We got a device here. We can hear you if you talk to us. Can you tell us who you are? Are you a demon?
I still don't have much faith in these things. Same voice said leave twice, though.
Are there any children inside this house? Who is the man that they see inside this house? Alarm's going off. You're setting my alarm off. What is your name?
Every single video with one of these things, the spirit box, it scans so slowly that you can hear voices, full sentences. You can hear like the news round music in the background. I haven't heard none of that on this. They've got that set so fast. I think these guys might be legit. I hope so.
Who's in this room? We need to know, are there any children in here, yes or no? Who is talking to me? Oh, it's that man. What is your name?
It's still... They've got that turned up and then they're getting shorter words, which... I'm not calling them out. If they think that works and that's real, then... For them, fine. I personally don't put much stock in them. Maybe I'll try it myself. But for me, I've tried using mobile apps, and they're dog shit. Absolute dog shit. I heard me and Demon were on a ghost hunt, or me and Mrs. Geek were on a ghost hunt, and I heard like a virgin come through, and I'm like, nah, I'm done with these. I literally heard the bars of the music in my John say, like it. Imagine a channel being like, the ghost said, like a virgin. That's not what these guys... I'm not having to go with these guys. These guys do seem legit just because I don't use or believe in the spirit boxes doesn't mean that they shouldn't. I'm not saying that. They're far more experienced than I am with any of this. And they're like close to me.
You're setting my alarm off again.
What is that? She's got an SP7 spirit box plugged into that speaker, and there's an alarm on there, like a proximity alarm on. That's some fancy equipment he's got there.
Where are you at inside this house? Connie. Can you tell us how you died? This thing is going crazy. Connie, can you hear me?
See, to me, that said, please fix it.
We'll take turns sitting in this room tonight, too, okay? Come in here and see if you feel that in here.
I feel like...
Sabaton with baby metal. I like Sabaton.
Yeah, it's like my head's getting hot.
I would say this room and the bedroom are the two rooms. And it's like completely different feelings. Like in here, you just get a sick, heavy feeling. And the bedroom, you just get a cold, uncomfortable feeling.
Just a sick, heavy feeling.
In that chair. Can you set that off? It's like my jeans vibrated. Like around my belt right here.
Yeah.
It's like vibrated.
See, I thought I seen... I was still filming you.
Is your phone?
I thought I seen that light, like, go to light up a little bit. It's got a couple different lights on it. You have to walk up to it. Turn it blue for us.
exactly what you asked it to do. Yeah.
There is an SP7 spirit box with a proximity alarm in it. I've never seen that.
There's got to be a reason. So we're not going to be nice to you. Yeah, it's weird that the only room in the whole house where shit is going off is this room.
So that's what you do. When one person's alone, you bug them, huh?
You like it better when one person's in here by themselves?
Static camera
That makes
sitting
it
there.
more powerful? Who is walking back here?
I've just noticed the cameraman, how funny he's walking. And the reason he's walking that funny is they're in total darkness and they've got night vision on, so they can't even see properly. There'll be a bit of natural light from streetlights outside so they can see door frames and stuff, possibly. But I bet it's dark as balls in there. He's sort of doing that with his foot while he's walking.
Is it safe to be in here with you by ourselves?
I can't wait to get a night vision camera.
That way if you hear me yell.
You can't see where he's going.
Hey, Rocky left the house. Can you walk away from that alarm? I don't want you that close to me.
Testicles like footballs.
Whoever or whatever's inside this house, make yourself known, please. We're here to talk to you.
Is that camera he's got on there? Like a GoPro?
We're here to listen to you.
The equipment these guys have got.
I know you're here. I can physically feel that you're here. What is your name? What do you want?
Three knocks.
Knocking.
Is
that all you can do is knock on stuff, set alarms off? Right now the REM pod's indicating high EMF.
My REM pod doesn't do that.
The equipment helps validate what we're... I don't like that it's right behind me. I mean, this room is so hot. I remember during the interview, this room was like freezing cold. And this is the only room in the entire house that's been setting off alarms.
I don't know how Fahrenheit works.
I don't know how dangerous something like that could be. Especially if you hear stories about people being possessed. I command you, come forward.
You may regret that.
And show me who you are.
Ooh.
Oh, it's this. I heard a weird noise.
They showed the camera move from the other camera.
And then the REM pod went off.
I'm sure off this camera that moved slightly. Was that meant to show the movement he saw that we heard and saw from there? I like the fact they're not just replaying everything over and over and over. Maybe I need to stop replaying stuff over and over.
I'm going to do a sweep through the house. I can't tell if something just went behind me. I have to mark that on.
Oh, that's a camera as well, the white thing. It's like a baby monitor camera.
Almost looked like a shadow went right behind me.
Why didn't I think of getting a baby monitor with night vision for ghost hunts?
Alright. Can you hear me?
Yeah. When you got up and you walked away, there's like these orbs that was like following your back. Kind of weird.
That is a good
I'll have
idea.
to go back and look at the video. It looked like something like literally went right behind me.
What? Where?
Almost looked like a shadow went right behind me. I'm gonna do a sweep through the house. can't tell if something just went behind me.
I couldn't see it, genuinely.
Have to mark that on the camera.
Maybe they go through the evidence at the end.
Almost looked like a shadow went right behind me. Rocky, I'm gonna do a sweep through the house.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. When you got up and you walked away, there's like these orbs that was like following your back. It's kind of weird.
I like these
yeah, we'll have to
guys.
go back and look at the video. It looked like something like literally went right behind me.
They're not overreacting. They're not being like overly aggressive.
Hello? Are you in that bathroom? There's all kinds of stuff in here you can move.
The fuck was that? That sounded like a dog whine. And then that goes off.
I know you can set alarms off.
Ugh.
What else can you do?
I mean, come on, if you are a demon, surely you can do more.
Okay, I'm coming back to the bedroom. Felt like something just touched. I feel like something came up and touched the back of my head. Did you just touch me? We're gonna cleanse this house.
Oh, so they are.
Make you leave.
They are trained in stuff then. Maybe they're ordained or something. I need to look into these guys.
See, this room is like... I heard a kid, and this room is like ice cold. Who is in here?
Easier than walking, I'm not.
I don't know. I don't like that room at all. What is your name? Did you
See?
die inside this house?
That's a different setting on that spirit box. It's cycling slower, and I heard music and a voice come through, and that is why I won't use them. But apparently the reason I got the reason that they used wrong as well. I assumed people were using the spirit boxes and stuff, so the words through the radio coming out are meant to be what the ghost is saying. But apparently the static can like fill the room with energy, and then the ghost will speak through that. Now, the hotel that me and Mrs. Geek are going to this week, my haunted hotel, they don't use a spirit box per se, but they use a high-pitched noise and then static in the background that doesn't pick up voices, doesn't pick up radio stations, and now and again stuff talks through it. That I can get behind. These spirit boxes, in my opinion, I don't put too much stock in them. But if these guys know what they're doing, clearly they know what they're doing. They know far more than I do. So, you know, feel free. It's just not my choice of investigatory tool.
That was so loud. Who are you?
What's cool about that was that no you could hear the 4 or 5 times, and that note was continuous over the top of it. That's flicking radio stations. It shouldn't pick up a noise that prolonged. Wow.
Are you a child?
See, I didn't hear that.
Where did you die at? You die inside this room. Tell me your name. Are you in this bedroom?
I am utterly convinced that the voice is coming through that. Apart from that prolonged no over the... Those voices are cutting in and out as it changes. I don't know if the belief is that it tunes to certain words and phrases, but I'm not convinced by them. I'm not convinced by the SB7. These guys, these seem legit. Nothing over the top.
Yes. You touched me earlier? Yes. Keep getting a male voice coming across. We're going to do a cleansing. Knocking. Why are you inside this house?
No.
Connie, can you hear me?
I heard a vent, not man. I'm not hearing any of those words. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go back to the creepy ass bathroom. I thought I picked up like a super crazy voice back here. Are you back here? Can you hit something for me?
I mean, they are pointing out all the words, but he's not saying that it's whatever communicating with them, which is fair enough. I'm still not in the slightest convinced. There's been some cool words coming out, but I don't know about that. But everything else, awesome.
Can you move the shower curtain behind me? There's all kinds of stuff to move. Keep hearing like a kid's voice coming across this. Who is the kid that I keep hearing? He's in here. Who is he? Are you up in that hole? No way. Dude, there's a kid that keeps coming across. Can I see you in the mirror?
You're making me question the spirit box now. Stop it!
You
Oh
just
shit.
hit something in there?
I'm glad you turned that off.
If there's a child that they've seen in here, can you walk over by the tub and set my alarm off? Knocking. I want to see. We're going to do a little experiment here. Hopefully the family is okay with this.
the footprints.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my camera and my alarm in here. You can set that off. Okay, so I put a little bit of baking soda on the bathroom floor where they...
I saw Mindseed do this. At the effects they used. Wow, was it bad. They literally used the same effect from the Paranormal Activity movie. I can't hope nothing happens with this.
Seeing the footprints, alarm and a camera back there. I'm gonna step outside the house. We'll leave the house empty and see what we can hear. I said, "Did you die in here?" And it comes across SB7 and goes, "Yes."
That's what I thought I heard.
Like
Come
plain as
across
day.
here.
What's that? It's kicking off in there. Go on, Rocky.
So right now, Rocky's heading into the house.
Set this alarm off if you're here with me. You don't have to be afraid of me. You can walk up there and set it off.
If it's a demon, or he's scared you, bro.
If you're a child, can you set that alarm off right next to me?
Like something's touching me.
Why are you messing with the family? Do you want the family to move out of your house? Are you mad and upset that they're here? I heard that you used to mess with the other family that lived here. Is that true? Connie, do you have a message for your daughter?
I keep feeling like something's freaking touching me.
Me and Demon have tried the Necrophonic app. I'm not convinced. I think it's the same as an SB7. But it does work. We've had better results from Necrophonic than we've had through... what's the other ones we've used? Ghost Tube, Ghost Fox, EVP Recorder, Lucifer's Box. We've tried a lot. Ghost Hunting Tool. A lot of them are the crap. Necrophonic. We had Dean. We were in a abandoned care home, and Dean's name came through the box 3 separate occasions in the space of 20 minutes. So a little bit more faith in the Necrophonic app. A little bit.
Somebody come out to the van with me? Who's in the house right now? Who are you?
We use this app. It's only got 350 words in the bank.
Devil. Why is the devil here?
Me, Demon, and Mrs. Geek, we're all of the same opinion with the Ghost Tube. That we're not sold on it, we're not 100% convinced on it, but when you're investigating, if things are going quiet and you've got nothing, you're struggling to find things to talk about with a potential spirit, the stuff that comes out of that, it gives you something to bounce off. It's more of a tool for us as opposed to the demons and ghosts, I think. But again, that's my opinion. Bro, it's in your car. That shit's following you home. Yeah, what in the fuck?
Are you in the van with me? Keep waiting for something to appear behind me in this back seat. Are you in there with Rocky now?
Elderly.
elderly. Did you die inside this house? I swear to God, I keep feeling like something keeps freaking touching me.
On his ear.
Connie, are you in here? Can you help me get rid of the bad man? Yes? I'm Rocky. I'm not here to hurt you. Thank you for setting the alarm off. I'm getting the willies now. I'm in here by myself and the alarm's going off.
Food. That
Who's
ghost just
in that room
farted.
setting the alarm off right now? What is your message for your daughter, Connie?
What was that?
Somebody said what?
Josh, is that you?
That sounded like he said what in the fuck, but he's in the car.
Did you hear that?
It's a mimic.
You hear that creepy ass voice? There's something evil in this house. Man.
Someone ain't happy with them. Hey, they're cleaning up after themselves as well.
When I first walked in there, I felt real heavy, like I was going to pass out. Just like heat in my head, and the side of my face. It was just getting so hot.
Even the alarm's not going off anymore.
I'm wondering if it ran out of energy.
Did you leave?
It's like it's not as dark. It was like, you know, when we was in here, it felt like real dark and heavy, like my legs like getting wobbly. And
The most amazing thing, I think, from everything we did tonight was once the house felt, it's like everything shifted where it felt more comfortable in here.
Yeah.
And just a cooler atmosphere, easier to breathe. All the alarms quit going off.
Yeah, they stopped. It ain't working now.
But like earlier when everything was going off, this room had a completely different feel to it.
Well, the whole house did. It was like, it felt, to me, it felt like it was so dark. I mean, I'm sure once the cleansing happens, it's going to be even better.
Okay, so we got Jeremy and Jamie back in the house. We're ready to start the cleansing. Rocky and I
She
just
looks
wrapped up the
terrified.
conversation.
We thank you guys for coming and helping us.
I'm gonna put a little bit of holy water on you, okay?
Yeah.
Lord, we just pray that you watch over this family and keep them safe. We pray for Jamie that all these attacks moves on and can be at peace. Any portals that were open inside this house, we pray in the Lord's
So they're
name
not
that you
just
close
going in
those
there
doors
filming and
seal
leaving.
them tight forever. Any spirits, good and evil, cast them out in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, please defend us as we enter into battle and be our protection against everything wicked and evil that may be inside this house. We seal this room with the sign of the cross and the blood of Jesus Christ. We cast you out in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Let there be no dark place for the evil spirits to hide. We seal this threshold with the blood of Jesus Christ. Any spirits, good and evil, inside this house, we command you in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, to leave. It is Jesus who gives us the authority to cast you out. In the name of Jesus,
You need to leave now.
any portals that may have been open inside this house, we close them tight forever. In the name of Jesus Christ, Lord, we call on you to fill this house with your light and your glory, and we cast out any spirits inside this house. We seal this bed in the blood of Jesus Christ. Any spirits that are in this house, we cast you out in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. We know you have faced your judgment. You are no longer welcome here.
It's not your home.
Lord, we just pray that you continue to watch over Jeremy and Jamie and just keep them safe.
Let them have the power and the glory to continue cleansing this house.
And thank you for these guys coming here and doing this for us. And protect them on their journey home and on all their journeys for you, Lord.
We thank you guys for having the faith to call us and bring us in, okay?
Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome.
It feels so
She
much
still looks
better.
terrified.
I feel like I can breathe in here.
Lord, we cleanse the outside of this house. In the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, I command you to leave. This house is protected by the blood of Jesus Christ.
What's that? Is that Sage?
I'm feeling happy.
Oh.
And a little bit of joy, you know, that I feel like this is now our home.
She's perked
it
up.
hasn't been our home at all. And now it's our home.
The big thing, like I said, just get some light in this house.
You could see the relief on her.
Continue the cleansings as needed.
I'm not being watched. I don't feel like I'm being watched.
But stays away.
Oh my god. This is
So they'll
great.
do return
Thank you
visits
guys
as well?
for us. I appreciate it so much.
We appreciate
you
your call.
answered our call and you answered us, and that means so much to us. Cause I didn't know what we were gonna do.
Well, we got through. Right? Love you.
Love you.
You guys deserve the best, and we'll keep you in our prayers.
Thank you.
Okay. So Rocky and I just wrapped up the cleansing. House feels a whole lot better. Family's extremely happy. They feel better.
Guys, it's us, and
Hi,
we are
guys.
doing better since you guys left. And thank you guys for coming. And we're still cleansing and keeping up like you told us to. But we wanted to give you this video and tell you thank you.
Thank you.
And God bless.
3 straight nights following this investigation. Josh would experience extreme nightmares with very little sleep. They did attach to him, and that's why they felt better. Conjuring the marked one. Oof. Brothers continue to travel the country helping families. Wow. I'm not a religious person. However, just because I'm not religious doesn't mean that I don't think other people should be. Everyone can believe in what they believe in and have the right to do it and be left alone. That was seemingly more Catholic fear, Catholic religion, Catholic healing based. And although it's not anything that I believe in, if that couple are Catholic, then it would make sense that if the Catholicism is real and that the demons are real, then Catholic guys go there and do Catholic prayers and rites to make them feel better, to cast out. I genuinely really enjoyed that. The spirit box, there were elements to that spirit box session when I was like, I can see why they use it. I'm still not convinced on the spirit box, but those guys have been doing this for, well, there's 12 seasons. How many episodes a season? I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, I'll have a look now. 325k viewers. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of videos on here. Guys, we are 100% coming back to Paranormal Nightmare. I really enjoyed that, even though my beliefs are different to theirs. As an outsider looking in, it's almost like watching another world. They didn't go over the top. I can't even debunk anything in there other than the spirit box. And I don't want to debunk it. I just want to say they have different beliefs in it than what I do. There was nothing to debunk because they didn't go over the top. They didn't do the Mindseed and Ghost Adventures and other channels that I haven't got around to yet. Shit of going in there and there's stuff flying all over the place. People getting dragged across the floor. So Revan GG and Wendy Walters, thank you for suggesting that I watch that channel. That was incredible. Do I 100% believe everything that was in that video? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I enjoyed that. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Do you want me to react to more of these guys? Because if you don't want to watch it, and there's pointless me recording them, but I'm going to watch more of these guys, I think. It's just up to you whether I react or not. But yeah, I enjoyed that, even though it's out of my comfort zone in regards to religion and stuff. The fact that they helped that family, and that family, her, at the end, when she's video called them, she looked like the weight of the world had been lifted off her shoulders. So no matter what you think of the paranormal and paranormal investigators and all of the rest of it, what those two brothers did for that couple cannot be denied. Even if it was all a load of shit and she believed something that wasn't there, and those two guys are ghost hunters that think they can do what they can't do, those four people came together and they feel better. Anyway, I've been Beardo. That was the best video I've watched in a long time on YouTube. But for now, I'm Beardo, and I am out. Beardos, Weirdos, Boils and Ghouls. Hi, one of the channels that I get asked a lot about is about to be featured on the channel in this very video. And before we get to the video, fairness. Now, I get asked to watch certain channels quite a lot, and the reason that I tend to stay away from those channels is drama. I'm not saying the channels are full of drama, I'm saying that people are asking me to look for drama reasons. You need to watch this channel, and they know full well that there's going to be a back and forth and etc. But some of these channels have noticed that in my live streams that I'm being asked to look at them. And some people have, posted on social medias, fuck this Beardo guy and all the rest of it. This channel hasn't. And some of the people he associates with haven't. They've emailed me and basically an open conversation. They have been respectful. They have been polite. They have told me to do what I want to do and have at it, but just let them know. And that's exactly what I've done. Before I've pressed record, I have emailed this channel and said, okay, I'm looking at this video. And there's a reason I'm looking at this video. This channel has gone, right, it's Moxley. Moxley's Paranormal World. And he has gone to the haunted house. I mean, we're all dubbing it the UK's most haunted house because we're all having activity in this place. If you're looking at this from a point of view of, are we going to see shit flying around? Are we going to see shadow figures peeking corners and demons screaming and Ouija boards and blood dripping down the walls and hellfire and brimstone? And I've gone over the top again. No, it's far more subdued than that. More like real hauntings, where it feels like there's an energy, where it feels like something is building up, where there's seemingly taps on response and things leading you around the house. It's an incredible place. And sadly, I don't think we're going to be able to go in there anymore because rumour is it's been sold. There's work definitely being done there. So it's only a matter of time before they realise that people have been investigating there when it was abandoned and they're going to lock it up. This place, it says something where channels that I believe in, channels that I interact with, channels that I've gone on investigations with, are going to this location multiple times because they need answers. If I could, I would definitely go back there. I'm tempted, once this place is lived in and all the rest of it, to contact the owners in like 6 months' time and be like, you ever had anything weird happen in this house? Because rumour is it's haunted. And see what they say. And then they'll probably be like, have you been in my house? Ah, no, it's another big fat bearded guy. I do not want hate going to Moxley's channel. Moxley probably doesn't want hate coming over to me. This isn't a critique or a debunking video of Moxley the man. This is a reaction or critique or debunking video, depending on what's in there, to Moxley's Paranormal World, the channel. It is footage that I am looking at, not the man behind it. So let's try and keep it nice. Even if you don't agree with my findings, it doesn't mean that you're right, and it doesn't mean that I'm right. It could just be opinion, conjecture, all the rest of it. Unless I see something and I'm like, that is 100% bullshit, that is a mask, that is something, a mask slip. You know what I mean? We've been there before. So he's shown me respect, I've shown him respect. Let's all do the same in the comments, no matter which side of the fence you sit on.
Is somebody coming, or is it actually paranormal?
Do you like Satan?
Do you like Satan.
Look at this. I'm not going to shit talk an app. Loads of people use them. I personally don't use any of the apps. That looks like Spirit Talk. Some of these apps are really easy to manipulate. That's not being manipulated, it's laying down. But I can see a bit of an issue with this. And already, we're 10 seconds in, and this could be a genuine mistake. That mobile phone is unlocked with an application running that is going to speak. That EMF, they are going to trigger just before that app speaks. Because when that app, the word bank, throws out a word, the mobile phone kicks into gear of electronic signal to push the voice out to pick a word from the word bank. Those EMFs are so close it'll pick up. I'm not saying that he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not saying that he knows what he's doing and that's why it's there. Maybe he doesn't. Just my opinion. You could put these EMFs on this. Is that a REM pod? I've bin the cat ball, mate. Bin it. Mobile phones don't really, in my experience, set off REM pods. But this mobile phone should be, this side of the building behind them. But maybe or on the floor over here, so you can see that the phone is open and over there. Maybe they've put it in shot, so we can't question it, but it's too close to those electrical devices, because EMF detector, it detects electrical magnetic field, and that phone will throw off an EMF the second it does anything. And if you have an EMF meter, and if you want to know what the hell I'm talking about, hold your EMF meter up and then unlock your phone in airplane mode and watch that bad boy light up.
Torment of the soul. Torment of the soul.
Did you see it? Did you see it with your eyes? Did you
felt it. I don't know who this guy is. Did you see it with your eyes? No, I saw it with my ears. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I'm a funny guy. And before